There was no way Sure Hao would stop in this type of situation. If it was just he zimming here alone, then he would have definitely turned around to fight. However, right now, there were several self-release realm great cultivators chasing after him, so if he turned around to fight, he would die for sure. He had long suspected that this would be the case, but when his backup really turned out to be traitors, Sure Hao was still furious, really wanting to completely pull their clan out by the roots. At the same time, he felt a wave of helplessness inside, a feeling of powerlessness. Imperial past powerful clans actually turned to the other side like this, betraying the 9 heavens 10 earths. This clan still didn't expose themselves yet, but once the decisive battle happened, this clan would definitely become a great disaster. Huang, where are you running? Are you scared of a fight? If you dare stop, I can give you 10 moves, he zimming shouted. He surged with golden light, shining even more brilliantly than before. Now that they met again, his strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds, couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Divine force was like a whirlpool around him, resembling a golden sea. If it were you yourself, I would have directly removed your head. These were Sure Hao's words, not polite at all. It also represented his confidence. Chi. A streak of divine radiance flew across the sky dome. It really was just too fast, drawing out a streak of chaotic lightning above the forest and mountain peaks, quickly rushing over. This was the Emperor clan's young Great One. He didn't say a single word, also chasing after him, wishing to kill Sure Hao, seized the rotten wooden chest. It wasn't only because he had absolute confidence, known to be unmatched in the younger generation under the sky, it was even more so because he encountered Sure Hao in the vile earth before, yet it was the other party who brought out the supreme treasure from the large red grave. For the Emperor clan youth, this was an unendurable result. Emperor clans represented the most powerful clans, powers that had previously produced undying existences. They ruled the heavens, overlooked 10,000 clans, never suffering a defeat before. No youngsters had left the ancient lands for tens of thousands of years. The reason why he was sent out was precisely to destroy all enemies, wipe out all of Imperial past younger generation experts. To be more precise, the reason why he came was at the outside world's pleas, asked to kill Huang. More than half of the foreign side's younger generation 10 great young kings had been killed, so the reason he was invited out was precisely to kill Sure Hao. Space became chaotic. Gu clan's inheritor took action. This clan's people had one hand that destroyed time, one hand that destroyed space. Even though this was Heavenly Beast Forest, a dangerous place that seriously restricted all types of Dao laws from fully appearing, the Gu clan youth still displayed his power. A void spear silently condensed behind Sure Hao, carrying incomparable demonic power, stabbing at the back of his head. Pong! Sure Hao directly received it, not condensing a fist imprint, instead using the rotten wooden chest in his hands to stop the spear, causing an expanse of divine chains to erupt. This was a simple and casual strike, the great Dao extremely ordinary, but in that instant Sure Hao infused Kuan Peng power and lightning Dao natural laws, smashing the spear apart. As a result, space suddenly exploded, destroying large amounts of the forest, moreover making mountains collapse, primal chaos erupt. Everyone's expressions changed. This wasn't an ordinary place, it was Heavenly Beast Forest. Many of the mountain ridges terrifyingly ancient and sturdy. Within them powerful magical Dao symbols, extremely difficult to completely destroy. However now, a great mountain spiritual root broke apart. Show! An expanse of rainbow light swept over. These were several figures. They belonged to older generation figures, all of them reaching the self-release realm, pursuing Sure Hao. These people were extremely fast, exceeding He Zimming and the others, continuously chasing him. This made Sure Hao's eyes turn cold, because 4 of them were Imperial Pass experts, should be from the same clan as each one. Only one of them was a foreign great cultivator. Little evil, you still aren't giving up? Where do you think you are going? An elder shouted. At the same time, he used a sound wave divine ability, archaic barbaric ox roar. This roar was even more terrifying than thunder, ringing through the sky, making some great mountains tremble intensely. One could vaguely see a large black barbaric ox charge over. It was incomparably vicious, tens of thousands of zhang tall, exceeding those great mountains. The bull horns tore apart the heavens, the black fur shining, incredibly sinister and vicious. It threw itself at Shi Hao, just too savage. Honglong. The surrounding mountain region exploded. The great mountains known to be sturdy and indestructible also fissured, and then exploded. This scene was extremely terrifying. The black archaic barbaric ox was only formed from that elder's sound waves, but its destructive power was shocking. Shi Hao staggered, suffering a blow. He opened his mouth, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His expression was a bit pale, injuries not light. "Evil thing, you can't escape," that elder roared out again. It was another barbaric ox roar, the sound shaking these mountains and valleys, more and more terrifying. Shi Hao suddenly turned around to give him a look. This was the first time he detested someone so much. He couldn't help but roar out, "You are an expert from Imperial Pass, yet in the end, you betray your homeland, defecting to the other side. What face do you even have left to live in this world? Absolutely no sense of shame. Instead of being a person, you are even less than a brute." He rarely cursed at others like this, but right now he really couldn't hold himself back. At the same time, Shi Hao activated the Lightning Emperor Precious technique, moreover displaying a lightning pool, drawing down endless lightning. It descended in the void, blasting the archaic barbaric ox. This was what he used to neutralize the sound divine ability. This was extremely effective, but it was quite the pity he couldn't call down true heavenly tribulation. Even though there was a lightning pool that appeared, drawing down lightning from all directions, it was still lacking a bit of firepower. Shi Hao had succeeded before, but now he was in too much of a hurry, unable to bring down heavenly tribulation. "Ignorant little evil, what do you know? You don't understand the greater situation, don't understand the karma of changing times, the paths of life and death. You and those laughable clans from Imperial Pass are doomed to be washed out in this era's flood. The 9 heavens 10 earths are doomed to be wiped out, needing to be renewed. We are merely renouncing the dark and seeking the light. In the end, a new era will be opened. At that time, the clans will all thank us, because we will be the founders of the new great era. We will lead many clans, achieve immortality and become ancestors." The elder replied coldly, eyes carrying a fanatical expression. Shi Hao said angrily, "All of you are kneeling before the foreign creatures, clearly your own knees that are weak, bones soft, without any courage. So can you stop talking without any sense of shame already, still trying to sound dignified? All of you are already crawling by your master's feet. Forget about becoming some ancestors who achieve immortality. None of you will ever have the qualifications. You all are nothing but filth before those words. Younger generation, we should have killed you before instead of letting you speak so much nonsense here." The only foreign creature in that group said, the one who had previously supposedly been killed by Yichuan and laying at Shi Hao's feet. It was all a performance, for the sake of drawing out more information from Shi Hao. It was because the rotten wooden chest was related to too much. The foreign people didn't want to let even a single clue go, wishing to know all of the secrets, grasp everything. "Old bastard, can you just stop talking? Did you forget how you were lying before me just now like a dead dog? I should have just set you on fire. Just burn the dead dog." Shi Hao mocked. At that time, he felt that it was just a flesh corpse, the primordial spirit most likely unharmed. If that was true, then once it returned to the body, then it would mean that they would immediately become hostile, those people would no longer continue the act. If he really did burn it, then Shi Hao himself would also immediately die, which was why he waited patiently, holding his breath, only acting out after entering the war chariot. This was why he was able to successfully launch a surprise attack on a self-release realm great cultivator. "You?" The foreign great cultivator's face fell like water. This was the first time someone of the younger generation dared to humiliate him like this. He was the glorious expert of a generation, yet he was called a dead dog by a little bastard. It truly filled him with anger. "You can't escape." The cultivators in the back all acted out, activating divine force, entire bodies surging with divine light, as if several giants were standing tall, rushing over to hunt him down. "Speak! What clan are you from?" Xianxia asked the youngster he was holding. This was his captive. He wanted to find out which clan it was that betrayed Imperial Pass. He didn't really believe Yichuan's words. This name had no connection to any long-life family. However, he believed that a power that dared do this type of thing definitely had a heaven-shocking past. The youngster's mouth was tightly shut, not saying a word, not willing to reply. Xiao's finger pointed at the space between his brows, wishing to search his soul. In the end, a strange symbol appeared, with a pung sound. This youngster's head exploded like a watermelon, red blood and white brain matter splattering everywhere. Xiao could only release a sigh. He just knew that the other side would definitely have preventive measures in place. If someone searched his primordial spirit, his sea of consciousness would also directly self-destruct. It was because he didn't want the imperishable scripture, 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art, and other things to fall into enemy hands. This was even more the case for long-life families. They definitely had even more terrifying measures in place. "Youngster, I want to see where you can run to." The great cultivator's speeds were too fast, actually closing the distance. This left Xiao shocked. Even though he had Kuan Peng speed, earth to inches divine ability, as well as lightning ability to support him, it still wasn't enough. They were still closing in. However, he wasn't that worried either, because Heavenly Beast Forest's terrain was complex, with all types of dangerous places. The other side still wouldn't be able to immediately catch up to him. A crazy expression appeared in Xiao's eyes. He said to himself, "Then I'll just go big this time. Either I'll die, or all of you will head on your way." He turned his head and shouted, "Old bastards, there's only you all? Really is too few, not enough for me to kill. Where is the so-called Great Foreign Army? If you all have the guts, then just come at me. I'll send all of you off to the next world." He took the initiative to provoke them, really wanting to draw all of Heavenly Beast Forest's cultivators over. In reality, this truly was what happened as he ran. More and more foreign creatures joining the chase. Heavenly Beast Forest became chaotic, more and more people entering. A group of powerful cultivators were all chasing after Huang. It was because whenever they discovered Xiao, there would always be people who would activate special magical artifacts. It would release dazzling light into the sky, expose his location. Fortunately, Heavenly Beast Forest really was too large, no boundary in sight. A single valley might stretch for hundreds of thousands of li, a mountain ridge extending for millions of li. Only a region as large as this was enough for Xiao to move through, give him space to escape. Apart from this, the most crucial part was that the most dangerous creatures in this forest weren't the foreign cultivators, but rather the heavenly beasts. Once, Xiao was already almost caught, but in the end, he gritted his teeth, rushing into a cave, immediately drawing out an ancient beast that unleashed chaos in the entire mountain ridge. There was another time where he was almost beheaded. In the end, he fell into a marsh, startling a rarely seen light dragon. 6 self-release realm cultivators swallowed up in one gulp as a result. Comparatively speaking, Xiao was too small and weak, easily overlooked each time he encountered heavenly beasts. He wasn't the first target of attack. Despite this being the case, there were 3 times where Xiao was almost swallowed up by the heavenly beast, and countless other times where he was almost chopped up by the foreign enemies. He really was running for his life. It threw all of Heavenly Beast Forest into chaos. It was because more and more people were joining, reporting. "We were about to surround Huang." Almost succeeded. However, 6 heavenly beasts were startled, continuously killing my side's experts. Outside Heavenly Beast Forest, someone reported to the higher-ups. Reporting, while running, "Huang has killed the Bloodvine clan's young king." Another person reported, triggering cries of alarm. Bloodvine clan was a plant system top-level king race, extremely famous in their other side. Their strength was exceptionally powerful, the clan having an undying existence overseeing the clan's fate. It has stood tall through endless generations. Apart from this, not long ago they even saw an expert from this clan. There was a bloodvine precisely in Divine Medicine Mountain Range. This was precisely this clan's supreme being, just that it was lost here. Not good. Heaven Distress Clan's young master was killed by Huang along the way, body and spirit erased. There was this piece of news that transmitted out, triggering a great commotion. It was because Heaven Distress Clan's origins were too great, almost becoming an emperor clan in the past. It had previously produced an unmatched great figure named precisely Tianyi, his status the same as the current He Wushuang. It was rumored that he wanted to break through into becoming an undying king, but unfortunately died in the process. However, the opportunities he left behind were too many. Regardless of whether they were scriptures, undying weapons, or his own true blood and other things, they had all been inherited by this clan. It was rumored that this clan produced another powerful individual, someone who might very well take Tianyi's path. The death of this type of clan's young master definitely produced a storm. There might very well be extraordinary experts who are sent out as a result. At the same time, Imperial Pass people also received the news. What? The foreign powers have surrounded Huang? This won't do. We have to provide assistance. We can't waste any more time. We have to stop all of this. Even a few long-life families' elders couldn't sit still anymore. They felt more and more like that rotten wooden chest was too important. At the same time, many experts in Imperial Pass felt a wave of humiliation. Their later generation was being chased after, yet they couldn't do anything, unable to rescue him. There is no rush. Great Elder has left with another senior. Someone consoled everyone. It was because it was useless no matter how many people went. The other side's great army were outside Heavenly Beast Forest. There were even a few great supreme beings, so if they really fought, it would be unimaginable. Right now, Heavenly Beast Forest became more and more dangerous, extremely chaotic. Sure Hao ran for his life, stirring up great disorder along the way. He ran across millions of li, drawing over all of the cultivators in this region, all of them chasing after him. In reality, after learning that the rotten wooden chest was in his hands, the leaders outside Heavenly Beast Forest Long set the order, sending more powerful individuals in to kill Huang, bring back the wooden chest. Now, sure Hao already didn't try to draw in more experts because he was going to be completely surrounded soon, fall into an impossible situation. If you all want to die, then let's just die together, Sure Hao said coldly. He completely went for broke. After stirring up all of Heavenly Beast Forest, in the end, he chose a direction, running directly there. He wanted to drag all of these people down with him. Of course, he wanted to live even more, avoid this disaster. If half of the ones behind him died, then sure Hao would be satisfied because most of them were self-release realm cultivators. He counted 80 or 90 just from what he saw alone. Together with these great experts' younger generation, followers, and others, there were figures everywhere. It was as if a flood was gathering over. The other side's people long hated Sure Hao bitterly. Along the way, they suffered heavy losses because of the heavenly beasts. Because there were too many people, making them a huge target, there was no way they could completely avoid danger. Huang, this time, I want to see where you will run to. Those chasing after him were confident he couldn't escape, that he was completely trapped, about to be captured and killed. Sure Hao decisively advanced, his objective precisely the place where the withered tree was. He wanted to enter, have it kill everyone. It was because he had personally seen just how terrifying that withered tree was when it displayed power. The first foreign group that rushed in here was completely wiped out by it. He gradually left the mountain region, wind rushing past his ears. Sure Hao ran extremely quickly, approaching that place. Ancient trees towered into the heavens. Giant vines winded about the mountains. This region was extremely secluded. No ape cries or tiger roars. There were no heavenly beasts roaming this area. From the distance, Sure Hao already saw a withered tree's rough outline. It was precisely in the depths of the mountain range, its figure gradually appearing. When he came here, he restrained all of his combat aura, not daring to release any killing intent. It was because this ancient tree was just too terrifying. Last time, I was the only one who didn't take action. Everyone else all attacked. And in the end, I was the only one who survived. Everyone else all dead. Sure Hao said to himself. This was his speculation, as well as what he was relying on by coming here. He didn't know if it would succeed. It could be said that Hao was taking an extremely great risk, wishing to use this withered tree to kill all of the self-release realm great cultivators. This was an extremely crazy plan and also dangerous, one that might result in his own death. Huang, you won't be able to escape. In the back, sounds of cold laughter rang out, making everyone shiver inwardly. A group of cultivators quickly approached, bringing their younger generation with them. Meanwhile, Hao's speed became even faster because he had to close the distance. He couldn't allow the fastest individuals to get within range of attack. He hoped that when the time came, when he stopped on his own, the group that was chasing after him would surround him in front of that withered tree. That way, they would all be wiped out. This was a crazy plan. The other side didn't know that there was this terrifying withered tree here. This was what Hao was betting on. Soon afterwards, Hao saw that tree. It was extremely large, but it didn't have a single leaf. It was entirely dark black, only dried branches extending out. Who knew just how many tens of thousands of years it had lived for? This withered tree made Hao immediately become incredibly serious. He was extremely nervous inside. He was extremely worried that this tree would act out ahead of time, immediately extend its branches and kill everyone. It clearly lacked vitality, not having a single branch, so why did it possess such terrifying destructive power? Hao got closer. Another few dozen li and he would be in front of the ancient tree. However, in that instant, light shone from beneath his feet. He was stunned, because he discovered that the piece of earth he had stepped on was quite unusual. Not a stalk of grass grew on the piece of earth he stepped on. It was 10 zhang in size, interweaving with patterns, quickly shining. He was just passing through, but as a result, he actually ended up activating an ancient formation. Wang. Space was blasted through, producing a passage. Hao was thrown in without choice. Not good. That fella has been transported away. The group of people behind him said hatefully. In reality, Hao was extremely unwilling. He already completed all of his preparations, wishing to bring them before the withered tree, send them to the afterlife. If this happened, then it would definitely be a spectacular battle accomplishment against the foreign army. However, at the crucial moment, he was actually transported out. Before the void passage closed, the foreigners all saw the scene at the end of the path. Ah, it's that place. The central ancient land. It's not far from this place. Regardless of whether that place is a restricted land or not, we have to go. We can't lose the rotten wooden chest. Shuchuo and Anlin Great Ones have already given absolute orders. After the group of experts stopped here, they all quickly made their decision, saying that they wouldn't stop here. As soon as Hao approached the exit, he knew what this place was. It was because he had previously seen it from far away. Pong! He landed on the ground. A shiver that came from the depths of his soul ran through his body. This was a sacred land, the surroundings lush with plant life, all of the leaves shining, extremely brilliant. Essence energy curled about. Up ahead, where was the center of this place, was not a blade of grass grew, no plant life to speak of at all. However, this didn't give one a type of desolate feeling, instead making one feel that that place was pure and holy, untainted by a speck of dust. There were some mountains in the central land up ahead. It was incomparably vast, all stone material. They all flowed with chaotic energy, accompanied by some immortal radiance. This was an unimaginable paradise, a place that produced true immortal energy. Above the mountains was a giant mass. Immortal energy pervaded the air, lingering about it. It floated in midair. This was the source of Hao's unease. This was a living creature. When Hao had just entered Heavenly Beast Forest, it was this creature's roar that resounded. He had also seen it before from the distance. Upon closer inspection, that ancient beast had a chain around its body, bound to the mountains below. It was actually locked down here. One had to understand that there was an immortal Dao weapon stabbed through its head. Carried immortal energy, extremely astonishing. Even after having its skull impaled by an immortal weapon, it still didn't die, still having life force. On top of the mountains below, there was a stele. The chain that bound the ancient beast was wrapped precisely around this. There were 4 words. Number 2 under heaven. Over there. The foreign cultivators chased over as well, rushing into this place. Everyone stopped. All of them were shocked, feeling that this was inconceivable, staring at this restricted land. Even though they had heard rumors about this place, how many of them really saw it before? It was rumored that there was an ancient beast sleeping in Heavenly Beast Forest, its strength matchless, an ultimate existence all heavenly beasts would worship. However, regardless of whether it was Imperial Pass or the other side's creatures, few knew its true origins. Where everyone was standing, the grass was fresh and clean like jade, sparkling green and shining, rich with life essence energy. While up ahead, it was extremely barren, entirely different. Number 2 under heaven? Someone couldn't help but cry out. This mountain region's environment was extremely strange, but it wasn't the reason why everyone shivered with fear. The main reason was still because of that creature. Everyone was like sure how, a bit petrified. They stood over there, looking towards that stone mountain where not a blade of grass grew, watching the surging immortal energy, as well as the creature in midair. That creature's entire body was covered in silver scales, looking like a pangolin, and also like an ancient crocodile. However, it was even more robust, its limbs thick and forceful. Of course, there was no way it was a pangolin, nor was it an ancient crocodile. There were a pair of dragon horns on its head, and its head also greatly resembled a true dragon. It wasn't a crocodile head, nor was it any other type of fierce beast. It was actually a type of dragon. Apart from this, there was a pair of enormous wings on its back, covering the sky and earth, entirely silvery white, also covered in endless scales, glistening and dazzling. This creature really was terrifying. Its figure was ridiculously large, exceeding all the giant stone mountains. When its wings spread, they involuntarily stirred up primal chaos, hazy and terrifying. Moreover, immortal Tao light streams were released, making even the void tremble in response. This was an extremely powerful creature. Just floating there alone made one feel as if they couldn't endure that type of power. There were actually self-release realm cultivators who were shivering, wishing to bow down. This was a completely uncontrollable process. One had to understand that this creature's eyes were closed, floating in midair, all of its essence energy restrained, not a bit of aura leaking out. Could be said that its vitality was completely sealed. The immortal energy, primal chaos light, and others were all irregular scenes resulting from it staying here for a long time. Just what kind of creature was this exactly? Its life energy was restrained, as if completely petrified, floating in the air, yet it still made one feel intimidated. This was especially the case when a few great cultivators couldn't hold back their urge to pry into this creature, wishing to examine it. They immediately coughed out large amounts of blood. Pooh! In that instant, more than 10 self-release realm cultivators fell weak onto the ground. They were the most powerful individuals of this group of cultivators, their skills making them bold, wishing to pry into and explore this place. As a result, they immediately sensed that there seemed to be a great silver furnace up ahead, towering in this world. Their sea of consciousness, flesh, and other parts immediately seemed to have been set on fire, all of them receiving heavy injuries. This was simply unimaginable. Just examining this creature, secretly probing it created such serious rebound. They weren't allowed to produce any bad thoughts towards it. Moreover, when everyone looked at this creature, a great pressure seemed to have descended onto this place, making everyone shiver. Put on. Sure enough, there were many people who couldn't control themselves, directly kneeling down. This was completely involuntary, a type of instinctive motion of their flesh. They all bowed down towards that creature. Not good. There might be another abrupt disaster, someone said in alarm, feeling like something bad was going to happen. How could it be like this? In that instant, many experts broke out in cold sweat. It was as if they were facing the world's highest deity, feeling like they had to bow down in worship. There were some who wanted to resist, not wishing to bow down. In the end, a light PU sounded. One's body broke apart, falling into a pool of blood, killed instantly. Only a few people were still standing, but their expressions were pale, unpleasant to the extreme. Don't look at it. In other words, don't try to examine it, otherwise, we will all die. Powerful individual roared out, warning everyone. The foreign side's great cultivators were completely stuck in a type of formless panic. People turned into pools of blood one after another, to the extent where one of them directly exploded, body and soul wiped out. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? One had to understand that they were only looking at that creature, not taking action at all, only wishing to slightly probe its secrets, yet it was already like this. It has sealed its 5 senses and 9 awareness, locking up its blood energy, closing off its body, not letting even a strand of essence energy leak out. It is not alive, but in an imperishable state, an expert said. Now, they couldn't bother with sure how anymore, all of them only thinking about surviving. It was because everyone was in danger. This was a shocking change in situation, coming too suddenly, a dying creature almost making them fall to hell. How can this be? It has already completely sealed itself off, so why is there still danger to our lives? This really was difficult to believe. This is just how it is precisely because things are like this that it is terrifying. If we don't look or think about it, then there won't be any danger. If you all don't believe me, then try it yourselves. Soon afterwards, some people calmed down. After the shadow of death left them, they no longer panicked. Then, everyone did this. They all released a breath of relief. It really was too dangerous just now. If not for someone realizing it and reminding everyone, it really would have been a great disaster. Below a mountain, Xiao's entire body was covered in sweat. He was extremely far from the foreign cultivators, yet just now he also almost died. Only when he freed himself from that type of mental state, no longer paying attention to this creature, did everything reverse. He drank a few mouthfuls of golden liquid with gudong-gudong noises. This was the precious elixir he brought out from Divine Medicine Mountain Range, this elixir helping him recover right now. This creature's cultivation realm is unimaginable, perhaps comparable to those at the very peak of our world. Someone said. It was in a state of hibernation, its essence blood sealed up, as if it dead. Based on normal reasoning, it should be no different from a piece of rock, yet right now it was still a life-threatening danger. Not alive yet imperishable, this is a state that is close to death. Not the slightest bit of life will leak out, the deepest state of sleep. Someone said. Once it wakes up, all of us will die. No one can endure this type of pressure. Everyone will immediately explode to death, an elder said with a heavy voice. Everyone's expressions became unpleasant, because they really were startled. They really suspected if this was a terrifying existence from the last great era who didn't die yet, in a suspended state here. It might be recovering from its injuries. In the distance, Xiao heard these words, great waves surging within his mind. As long as this creature revived, all self-release realm great cultivators would explode to death, directly lose their lives. This was just too terrifying. Just how powerful was it? When he thought of these things, Xiao's face became completely white. It was because he clearly remembered that when he just entered Heavenly Beast Forest, he had heard a terrifying beast roar. At that time, he saw an ancient beast roar from the depths of the forest, the sound splitting the heavens. It was, without a doubt, this ancient beast. At that time, even though he was far away, this creature was too majestic and terrifying. Xiao only saw a blurry outline, but there was no mistaking it. It isn't in a state of perpetual dormancy, it even revived 2 days ago. This means that it might wake up at any time. When he thought of this, Xiao shivered with fear. Just what kind of creature is it? When they were no longer looking at it, everyone no longer suffered that pressure. The self-destroying feeling disappeared. This was precisely the reason why they dared speak softly, ask questions again. This left Xiao shocked. If a creature this powerful didn't come from the other side, then did it belong to the 9 heavens? Back then, did it not fight against the other side? Could it be an even more ancient existence? Maybe something unexpected happened too early. missing the final battle of the last great era? This creature was definitely not normal. This was something anyone could see from a single look. It was bound by a terrifying chain, locked in place, moreover tied to a steel below. The weapon stabbed into its head was definitely an immortal spear. Even though it had rusted, it still released strand after strand of immortal energy. It was this powerful, so why didn't it pull this spear out? Or was it to say, its primordial spirit had long been nailed to death? Right, there is something wrong with it. Even though it is tyrannical and heaven-defying, it was still locked down here by divine chains. That blood-colored immortal spear might also be one of the sealing objects. The foreign experts came to this type of decision. It was hard to imagine that even a creature this powerful would be suppressed and locked down by someone. Sure how narrowed his eyes, not daring to look at that ancient creature for a long time. He only gave it a hurried look. It was too close and it was this terrifying. Just thinking about it while looking at it might result in one's body exploding. He lowered his head, thinking to himself. Not even the foreign creatures recognized it, only hearing some rumors, proving just how ancient it was. Perhaps it was so ancient that it really missed out on the era-ending war. I know who it is, what kind of background it has. An expert in the mountain forest spoke. Golden light shone brilliantly. A golden lion walked over, ferocious and astonishing, walking in this direction. Fearless lion. Xianxia was shocked. He noticed something. That fearless lion bloodline came from the 9 heavens 10 earths, but later on rebelled, defecting over to the other side, killing those of its own side. The fearless lion recognized this creature, so there was a great chance that this ancient beast might precisely be a great figure from the 9 heavens 10 earths. The fearless lion recognized the ancient beast. The group of cultivators all looked towards it, revealing startled expressions. Number 2 under heaven, this is the evaluation given to it. It previously fought with the most powerful true dragon, in the end suffering a defeat, the fearless lion said. It told everyone that this was a creature from the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was exceptionally powerful, only appearing a few times in the world. It previously challenged the true dragon for the title of the strongest, aiming to seize the true name. What does that mean, seizing the so-called true name? Someone asked this in confusion. Just what kind of creature is it exactly? It was because many of the foreign experts didn't even know what kind of creature it was. It actually dared to compete with the true dragon for the title of strongest. It is also a true dragon, but its evolutionary form is different. There was a dispute with another bloodline's true dragon, which resulted in a decisive battle. Unfortunately, it lost. The fearless lion said, "This was a true dragon?" Everyone was stunned. They looked at each other in dismay, and then looked towards that ancient creature again. Of course, no one dared to look at it for a long time, only giving it a hurried glance. Otherwise, this powerful creature would deliver a powerful retaliation, and there would be danger to their lives. How could it be a dragon? True dragons had different forms? Many races can evolve into dragons, for example, pythons, flood dragons, and others, to the extent where even carps, if they can complete the final leap, can also evolve into dragons. The fearless lion explained. Dragons weren't a single type of species, but instead a type of peak-level life state. Many creatures could choose it as its final evolutionary state. True dragons were known as the number 1 race, but at first, what true dragons really should look like, what biological form should be embodied, all of it had experienced a competition before. The first true dragon previously had 2 branches. The ancient beast before them was an unmatched expert from one of the branches. It was clear that this branch failed, lost, not obtaining the dragon's true name. Everyone was shocked, listening seriously. Xianxia was even more stupefied. There was even this type of saying? Then he believed it because in many places, even today, ancient crocodiles were viewed as dragons. It was clear that this was the result of the ancient generation true dragon's evolutionary process. Right now, the fearless lion confirmed that this was an extremely ancient creature. Back then, after being defeated, it disappeared. Meanwhile, this clan also vanished. They never expected that the ancient beast in Heavenly Beast Forest was actually this creature. Number 2 under heaven, this isn't just a saying. Back then, it competed for the number 1 clan position, but left in defeat, while the other branch of the true dragon bloodline became the number 1 race under heaven, the fearless lion said in summary. In the end, because it disappeared too long ago, it didn't even participate in Immortal Ancient's final battle. One could see just how long ago this all happened. How did it end up here? This true dragon was definitely powerful. But why was its head impaled by a scarlet-red spear? Could it be that this was caused by that ancient generation true dragon it fought? This was something not even the fearless lion knew. If me or you had our heads pierced through, our primordial spirit would definitely scatter, especially when this is an immortal war spear we are talking about. One can imagine just how powerful it is. Even without the golden lion saying any more, everyone deeply sensed that this creature was too powerful. Right now, it wasn't alive, but in an imperishable state. If it truly revived, just how powerful would it be? There is one thing that I don't understand. This place borders my world. Have the great ones of the past never come here before? The fearless lion said. The my world he spoke of referred to the other side, and not Imperial Pass. Weak-willed clan, sure enough, you've long forgotten your background. In the distance, sure how ridiculed. He loathed this clan greatly. They betrayed the 9 heavens, killing the clans they were previously close to. It really was hateful. Our side previously had a great one who came here, even taking action. However, this region is extremely strange. There was actually an elder who knew a few things here. Based on the secrets he knew, even the great one who came from the foreign side was injured, ultimately withdrawing. What? Everyone was shocked. There will always be some things that are beyond expectations. Back then, when the Great War ended, we won, but Shuchuo, Anlin, and the other ancient ancestors' injuries were extremely serious, paying an extremely great price, powerless to continue fighting in the short term. Otherwise, back then, after something unexpected happened in the 9 heavens 10 earths, why would we have to choose to withdraw or return from Imperial Pass? This is the main reason. Meanwhile, this region was overlooked back then, but shocking changes took place. According to what this elder said, a great battle definitely happened here as well. However, the most shocking battle was actually the one in Divine Medicine Mountain Range. What? Rumor has it that there is a foot-tall Taoist there, one made from ecliptic immortal gold, who fought a world-shaking great battle with one of our unmatched great figures. That elder said. At the foot of the mountain. After Shurhao heard this, he was stunned, completely dumbstruck. He recalled everything he saw in Divine Medicine Mountain Range's underground cave. Wasn't there a golden Taoist in that underground cave? It sat there, its back to an ancient cave, quiet and silent, suspected to have died in meditation endless years ago. That Taoist also had a war chariot, pulled by a foot-long golden bull. Of course, it had also long broke apart. Shurhao didn't expect to hear legends related to that Taoist here. My side's unmatched great one was seriously injured from that battle. Perhaps he came to this forest as well, but I don't know if he fought before. When the elder spoke up to hear, he paused. Then, he said with a sigh, "You all have to understand that this place is bordered by ancient burial land. At that time, my side already sensed that there might be existences underground who are comparable to great ancestor Shuchuo. This was precisely the reason why, in the end, the matters in this region remained unsettled. Heavenly Beast Forest, Divine Medicine Mountain Range, Ancient Burial Region, they were all close together, all of them having powerful individuals overseeing them. Meanwhile, after the foreign side's great war with the 9 heavens 10 earths, they were all greatly wounded, unable to make any reckless decisions. Later on, when Shuchuo and Anlin recovered, they found that they already couldn't cross desolate border. It was because Heaven Abyss was in their way. There was no way of stepping foot in here anymore. That golden Taoist and this ancient beast, why are they in desolate border? There is definitely a reason for this. Someone said in doubt, extremely confused. Shurhao began to climb the mountain, increasing the distance between them. However, the foreign cultivators weren't worried. They already came to this place, so where can he even run? Of course, they were also extremely nervous. If this ancient beast showed any signs of reviving, everyone might explode on the spot, dying horrible deaths. There is a dark hand that has always opposed my side. Desolate border here has ancient beasts and the golden Taoist. It definitely has something to do with them. Sure how ascended the mountain, not purposely heading towards the number 2 under heaven one, because he was worried that the symbols there were too strong. He believed that steel was used precisely to lock down this ancient beast, to seal it. He directly headed towards a mountain on the other side. No hesitation at all, extremely decisive. It was because ever since he came to this place, he had a strange feeling, that place seeming extremely familiar. After ascending that grand mountain, an expanse of auspicious brilliance rose, hazy and mysterious. Sure how was shocked. It was this place after all. The mountain was majestic. On top of the mountain peak was a pure and clean lake that was sucking at one's primordial spirit, as if they were going to fall inside. He had seen this lake before. Reincarnation pool, Sure how said to himself. 2 days ago he had been chased by a heavenly mouse. Later on, that withered tree pierced through the heavenly mouse's body. But in the end, it let it go again, because the heavenly mouse promised to enter reincarnation. At the time, the heavenly mouse was brought away by a passage, the other end precisely a pool, the small lake before him. Soon afterwards, Sure how saw a monument. On it 2 words, Reincarnation pool. It's actually this place? Sure how said to himself. He acted carefully, really scared that he might mysteriously enter reincarnation. Right at this time, at the foot of the mountain, the fearless lion released a cry of alarm, raising its head. The multicolored light at the mountaintop attracted all of the foreign cultivators' attention. There is a type of familiar feeling. I feel like there is a type of great opportunity for me here. I cannot let him obtain it, the fearless lion said, preparing to ascend the mountain. Be careful. This place is extremely dangerous. An elder warned. This entirely golden lion's build was powerful. It stood in place, silently thought to itself, and then suddenly became awake, saying, I understand. I sense the ancient monk bloodline's power. It shares destiny with me. When the ancient monk bloodline was mentioned, the foreign people's eyes revealed cold light, their moods complicated. It was because the ancient monk bloodline really was extremely powerful. Back then, the other side, for the sake of killing the ancient monk bloodline's immortal monk king, they paid an extremely great price, too many experts dying. One of the undying kings, after that battle, entered seclusion for an entire world without appearing. There were some who suspected that he might have already died in a seated posture within that clan's ancient land. The fearless lion's ancestor had previously been subdued by the monk king, converted to the ancient monk bloodline. This clan naturally shared tremendous karma with the ancient monk. The golden lion moved, speed extremely fast, rushing towards that mountain peak. Many of the foreign cultivators were moved. They also wanted to take a look, but they all endured it because the ancient beast not too far away was too intimidating, no one willing to get close. Reincarnation pool. The fearless lion climbed up the mountain, seeing the small lake here. He shivered, feeling a bit of hesitation. There was no room to advance or retreat. It said to itself, is it really related to them? Did you come here to throw your life away? Sure how calmly asked. The reincarnation pool's natural luck shares fate with me. If you do not back off, then I will send you on your way. The golden lion looked at Sure how, revealing ice-cold killing intent. On the massive stone mountain, there was a mysterious lake, its name Reincarnation Pool. This made Sure how suspicious, wondering what was special about this place. Meanwhile, the fearless lion was extremely direct, confident that there was great natural luck here. Is what that little lion said true? At the foot of the mountain, an elder's eyes revealed strange radiance, a bit hopeful. He looked at the people around him. Anyone could see that this place was extraordinary. There was actually a type of true dragon locked up here, its strength powerful beyond imagination. Even though there was danger, it also signified that there might be great opportunities. That was why some people became moved. Even if they came for Huang this time, the main reason was because they wanted to bring away the rotten wooden chest. If heavenly opportunities appeared along the way, why wouldn't they go after them? We should just take action a bit faster. Capture Huang and the rotten wooden chest. Another person spoke, not wishing for more and more side issues to arise. However, who was willing to go up the mountain? No one replied. It was because all of them felt apprehension. Once they went up the mountain, there might be a great danger that might appear. After all, that place was extremely close to number 2 under heaven. Oh, on the mountain, a great roar sounded. The fearless lion already took action. Below the foot of the mountain, everyone saw golden light erupt like a volcano. The energy was just too intense, wreaking havoc in the heavens above and earth below. Clouds surged. An enormous golden claw covered heaven and earth, wising to grab Xianxia with a single motion, crush him into a meat paste. With the two of them that close, now that this claw displayed power, it was extremely difficult to evade. Xianxia could only face it head-on. Hong! Sure enough, a wave of dazzling light erupted. Huang took action, forcefully facing the golden lion, blasting that claw aside. In that moment, no one said anything, because all of their hearts were plugged up to their throats. There were even some cultivators whose faces turned deathly pale, really wishing to immediately run. Every one of their hearts were jumping intensely, even their souls trembling. This was fear, worry for their own lives. No one expected the fearless lion to be this hot-headed, actually attacking like this without a bit of hesitation, powerful and vicious, fighting with Huang. One had to understand that this mountain wasn't that far from that ancient, true dragon. If these shockwaves roused it awake, who could escape? In everyone's eyes, once that ancient beast revived, the heavens would definitely collapse, earth cave in. All of the self-release realm cultivators would immediately explode into a bloody mist. This wasn't the same magnitude of power, the difference between them too great. In that instant, a group of cultivators backed up, silently withdrawing, even though they were normally extremely bold, long making the mental preparations to die in heavenly beast forest. However, right now this was clearly throwing their lives away, so no one was willing to recklessly join in. Fighting to death was fine, but taking the initiative to provoke a restricted existence, throwing their lives away for nothing, that was stupid. They wouldn't seek their own destruction like this. After the mountain peak received this blow, the two young experts separated, not carrying out another attack. They seemed to be sizing each other up, scouting out the ancient beast state. At the foot of the mountain, those great cultivators whose faces turned white released a breath of relief. Just now, everyone panicked, feeling as if doomsday was descending. In reality, at that moment, many people couldn't help but curse inwardly, extremely furious, feeling like that golden lion was too impetuous. The fearless lion spoke. Seniors, you all do not understand some special methods of the 9 heavens 10 earths. This is the heaven-sealing great method. It can ensure the eternal freezing of one's essence blood and primordial spirit. It won't wake up. Of course, if anyone bears malice against it, then it will provoke its methods, thus be directly destroyed. This type of method was extremely strange, not allowing even a wisp of one's vitality go, maintaining the body at its past peak state. It was known to be a forbidden method. Only, there weren't that many who could display this type of great method in the heavens above and earth below. As for when this ancient beast would wake up, it would depend on itself, not the outside world's influence. However, if anyone dared to go against it, then that was just vainly throwing away their lives. Everyone shivered inwardly. How great was the perception and sharpness of this powerful ancient beast. However, right now it was completely unaware, like an ice-cold rock. This proved that its condition was extremely bad. Otherwise, why would it need to display this type of heaven-sealing great method? At the same time, from another aspect, this type of great method really was extraordinary. To have an unmatched expert completely close off their 5 senses and 9 awareness, just how freakish of a thing was this? Just a few short sentences made the foreign cultivators below all moved. The heaven-sealing great method belonged to the 9 heavens 10 earths, an unmatched miraculous art. Back then, Shuchuo and Anlin had all searched for it, but never obtained it. This type of great method could even heal one's injuries, allow a creature with just a strand of their spirit left to preserve themselves, moreover slowly recover. When they thought of these things, everyone's eyes became deeply aware of just how serious this ancient beast's injuries were. However, this is probably the only reason why we can stand in front of it. Otherwise, it'd be able to sense us from hundreds of thousands to over 1,000,000 li away. Just by opening eyes, thinking a single thought, and we will be completely wiped out. Someone said quietly. On the mountain, the two young experts faced each other. Huang, you are going to fall today, the golden lion said coldly. The giant body was extremely heroic, lion's mane falling to the ground, golden and resplendent. Its body was robust and strong, as if cast from gold, full of explosive power. All of the golden fur on its body was like silk fabric, shining brilliantly. It's not like I didn't fight you before. After a bit more time passes, you might already be dead. Shurhao said calmly, mentioning the battle near the vile earth. Is that so? Do you feel like I am extremely weak from that battle? Fine, then we'll fight a decisive battle right here. The reason why I climbed this mountain was partly to seize the natural luck that belongs to me, partly to kill you, satisfy this desire. The fearless lion said. Many people were shocked. This golden lion king was going to fight a battle to the death against Shurhao. Shurhao felt like it was a bit strange. This lion wanted to come to seize natural luck, and also wanted to fight against him. He was making his intentions too obvious. Why didn't he wait until he was alone to seize this natural luck? One had to understand that this reincarnation pool was extremely strange. Before, Shurhao didn't know there were opportunities, no plans of entering it. Wasn't this a type of reminder for him? Shurhao said, your bloodline has so much blood on your hands, defecting to the other side, killing the people on your own side instead, making many of the 9 heavens 10 earths ancient people nurse a grievance. Feel wronged? Today, let's just settle things. Starting with you. I am also going to use your life to settle my heart, the golden lion said. Put on. However, right when Shurhao's fist shone, preparing to attack, the golden lion actually immediately leapt into the reincarnation pool. This change extremely abrupt. At the foot of the mountain, the foreign group were also surprised. Immediately afterwards, everyone understood why it had to do this. It was because that calm and mysterious lake immediately produced ripples, and then immortal light surged, undying aura spreading outwards. Endless streaks of multicolored light shot out, turning into symbols one after another, engraving themselves on the fearless lion's body. There was a powerful wave of vitality that rushed into its body. Its bones released pi-pa sounds, seemingly evolving, obtaining tremendous benefits. Everyone was horrified. This pool was this heaven-defying? The golden lion had just entered, yet already obtained this opportunity? Shurhao took action decisively, no hesitation at all. He condensed a fist imprint, smashing it at the pool, divine force ferocious, able to strike down the moon. Resplendent radiance drowned out the lake. With such close distance between them, Shurhao's fist completely submerged this place. No matter how powerful the other side's divine abilities were, it still had to face it head-on, unable to evade it. However, something unexpected happened. This lake released brilliant light, moreover accompanied by waves of strange scripture sounds, as if a Buddha was chanting, the sound rippling through this place. Shurhao's fist imprint was completely neutralized. The resplendent fist radiance, bone texts, and other things were completely refined by the lake's blazing multicolored light, the divine force merging into the lake. The fearless lion didn't even retaliate. This reincarnation pool already refined his divine force on its own. This was extremely shocking. All of you go up there too. At the foot of the mountain, an elder reminded the younger generation. In reality, right now, everyone saw the golden lion obtain tremendous benefits. All of them moved. That pool seemed to be able to allow one to shed their flesh and bones, undergo rebirth. Even without this reminder, there were already 6 or 7 youngsters who rushed up the mountain together, wishing for a share of the natural luck. Hong! Shurhao attacked again, stirring on lightning. It hacked down, lightning interweaving, wishing to strike the golden lion. As a result, the lightning was also absorbed by that lake, completely neutralized. Xianxia was greatly shaken. This pool wasn't that large, but it held boundless power, like a sea, able to hold everything. Moreover, he saw that the golden lion was also shedding its fur, producing a new layer of golden fur that was even more brilliant. This type of transformation was too shocking. Put on. Xianxia also jumped in to seize natural luck. Heh. The golden lion laughed, its voice extremely strange. This lion's smile was just too dishonest. The giant lion head looked extremely bold and powerful, and also extremely malevolent. The golden mane several feet long, the snow-white fierce teeth in its wide mouth sharp like daggers. When Xianxia landed inside the water, his entire body went rigid, as if he was frozen. Of course, the temperature here was far lower than that of an icehouse. His flesh was being squeezed, simply feeling as if he was going to crack apart. He inwardly cried out, "Not good," quickly resisting. However, immediately afterwards, the extreme cold disappeared, the pool water suddenly boiling, becoming who knew how many times hotter than magma, divine force overflowing in the pool. As a result, Xianxia was inwardly shaken. At the same time, he was frightened. His flesh actually felt as if it was being cooked through, at the same time about to be torn apart. This pool was extremely strange. He didn't sense any natural luck, instead feeling as if he was going to be ripped apart. From extreme cold to extreme heat, this transformation happened just too quickly. "All of you, do not come," the golden lion shouted. It was because at this time, 6 or 7 figures rushed up the mountain, now overlooking the pool, their eyes erupting with divine radiance. While standing on the cliff, they could clearly sense the lake's surging divine force. It was just too strong. Moreover, there was a wave of clear fragrance, as if it was a pool of immortal Tao elixir. These people didn't pay the golden lion any attention, directly jumping in, producing a great splash. There were immediately loud cries. Great pain covered their bodies, the pain seeping down to their souls. They couldn't hold on anymore. There were immediately people who wanted to jump out, starting to struggle, wishing to leave. However, in the end, they were dragged down, confined in the water. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. One of them directly melted, turning into a clump of blood, body and spirit erased. "No! What kind of blasted place is this?" Another person shouted out. His flesh was being corroded. Then, it melted into tens of thousands of strands of multicolored light. He also began to melt. "Let me go!" The others roared, struggling intensely. However, all of their bodies broke apart without exception, one after another, some of them directly having their primordial spirits evaporating into a rain of light. Their results were all the same, disintegrating in the pool. The 7 young experts died instantly, body and spirits completely wiped out. This was a great tragedy. The individuals who came later all died. What place of natural luck! This was completely a demonic pool. This conclusion made those cultivators' expressions immediately change. Some of these young experts came from king clans, yet in the end, they all died for no good reason. "Little lion, you best give me an explanation." Below, an elder's face immediately fell. "Senior, they were too rash. This opportunity isn't that easily obtained." The golden lion shook its head. Just now, it already tried to stop them, but in the end, those individuals didn't listen. At this moment, in the pool, Xianxia endured tremendous pain. The instant those people melted, he already knew that this was a devil's nest, that he had fallen into a trap. The water was too domineering, simply about to crush his flesh apart. Moreover, his primordial spirit also suffered attacks, about to break apart. This left Xianxia extremely puzzled. Why was the golden lion unaffected, not destroyed after it entered? Xianxia clearly saw those king clan youngsters' miserable ends. If not for his innate talents being freakishly powerful, his cultivation profound, flesh strong, he would have followed in their footsteps. Xianxia wanted to struggle free, but he discovered that it was as if he had fallen into a swamp, actually unable to budge at all. He was trapped here. "Heh! You even dare steal my opportunity? The fearless lion laughed, a bit cold, carrying killing intent. In the distance, when the group of people saw this scene, they all couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. This lion was a bit too vicious. No wonder you were acting so high profile. This was purposely to make me fight over this natural luck with you. Xianxia looked at it coldly. During this process, cracks appeared on his body one after another, clearly unable to hold on much longer. The rotten wooden chest floated on the water surface, not sinking. Hehe, I already said that today you are going to die here. This type of natural luck isn't something anyone can obtain. The golden lion smiled coldly. Moreover, at this moment it chanted a type of incantation, the voice extremely indistinct. Outsiders couldn't understand it, using this to support its body. It was precisely this type of scripture that ensured its good condition. Previously, he silently chanted this scripture. Now, he directly chanted it. This could also be counted as a type of ridicule directed towards Xianxia. Right at this time, the people at the foot of the mountain moved, rushing up the mountain. Of course, there were still half of them who were more cautious, not acting rashly, not ascending the mountain. The mission is almost complete. We can bring this chest back, an elder said with a smile, arriving at the mountaintop. After being sure that the ancient beast wasn't going to wake, they released a slight breath of relief. Quite a few people stood by the lakeside, looking towards the center of the lake. Hehe, this really is interesting. This is basically catching a turtle in a jar, right? A middle-aged man mocked, feeling like trapping Huang like this really was quite amusing. Haha, Huang, why aren't you running now? Weren't you going to take heads? Don't you feel extremely stupid and cowardly now? A few youngsters laughed in an unbridled manner. Many people came up, standing at the peak, looking at Xianxia, wishing to witness the special moment. If you have the guts, then why don't you come down to capture me? Xianxia replied. His head was drenched in sweat, enduring tremendous pain, body about to break apart. The pain was extremely difficult to endure, even his spirit about to turn into a rain of light, being corroded. This pool was extremely strange, sometimes cold, sometimes blazing hot. Sometimes natural laws would extend, and then not long afterwards scripture sounds could be heard again. This place was too extraordinary, always changing, and also extremely dangerous. It wanted to turn all living things that entered it into a part of itself. On the shore, a few youngsters were curious. Sneers appeared on the corners of their lips, not holding back at all as they took action. Under normal circumstances, they were far from being Xianxia's opponent. However, now that he was in a critical situation, yet still wasn't willing to lower his head, they naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. They wouldn't mind just killing him here. Chi. Large amounts of light scattered down, all of them terrifying ancestral methods. However, what left them shocked was that these methods were all ineffective, absorbed by the divine light, completely neutralized. The youngsters' faces were green and red. The enemy was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't do anything to him. This really was absurd. Fearless lion, what is going on? One of them asked. At this time, an elder appeared as well, his face overcast, not all that pleasant to look at. It was because one of his descendants dissolved here not long ago. Senior, don't do it, the golden lion warned. What? Don't tell me not even I can touch this pool? The elder asked coldly. He didn't give the fearless lion much face, feeling like that later generation of his died too unjustly. The fearless lion bloodline really was too powerful. Their ancestor suspected to still be alive, intimidating the world. If not for this elder really wanted to punish the golden lion. This is a reincarnation pool. It is extremely bizarre, also called pool of tempering. Anyone who enters will endure extreme pain exceeding what one can endure, be crushed. The golden lion explained. Even if it was a great cultivator, it was all the same. They will endure power exceeding the limits of the self-release realm, impossible to resist. Then why are you perfectly fine? That elder asked with a sunken expression. Moreover, he reached out a hand, wishing to give it a try, slightly touching the water. Chi. As a result, after a finger touched the lake water, it was slowly corroded. Then it became badly mangled, almost falling off. The elder quickly backed up, sucking in a cold breath of air. What kind of blasted pool was this? When the others saw this, they revealed expressions of shock one after another. Previously, they thought that it only targeted the younger generation, that they could calmly enter. Now, it seemed like this pool was far more terrifying than they imagined. It is because this pool was originally prepared for our bloodline. The Golden Lion explained. What? Many people were shocked. Sure how endured tremendous pain, holding on this entire time. Even though he was in imminent danger, he still hadn't been destroyed. This made the Golden Lion's eyes release divine multicolored light, feeling shock towards Sure Hao's persistence. This reincarnation pool should be left behind for the ancient monk bloodline, the Golden Lion said. When it came to this place, it sensed the reincarnation pool's aura even when it was still far away. It was just like what was recorded in its clan. This was the result of the ancient monk's derivations. Back the fearless lion's ancient ancestor had followed the immortal monk king. Perhaps it could be said that the fearless lion's ancestor had previously been subdued by the ancient monk, forced to enter this sect. That was why they were proficient in Buddhist methods, grasping all types of ancient monk great divine abilities, knowing many secrets. The ancient monk bloodline wished to display reincarnation. This is their magnificent feat. The Golden Lion didn't withhold this information. It couldn't say for sure just what kind of wonderful use this pool ultimately had exactly, but it knew that this pool could be used for cultivation, that it was extremely beneficial for itself. This was on the premise that it had a type of special ancient scripture, using it to support itself. At the same time, one needed the ancient monk's constitution. The so-called ancient monk constitution referred to cultivating this inheritance's methods, grasping the Buddhist ways. After reaching great mastery over it, they would inherit a body with wondrous magical force. In short, it was precisely the body obtained from cultivating the ancient monk bloodline scripture long-term. The fearless lion naturally satisfied the conditions, which was why when it saw this pool, it was immediately moved. This was definitely natural luck for it. This pool is so extraordinary. Is there really no chance for the rest of us? An elder asked. It was because they deeply understood how frightening the ancient monk bloodline was. Back then, the immortal monk king had made the foreign side pay an incomparably bitter price. Even if I teach you all the scriptures, it has to be cultivated for at least a decade, making the body obtain the Buddhist attribute. Only then can this pool be entered. The Golden Lion replied, producing a faint smile. Is there really no other way? A few youngsters were still unwilling to accept this. It was because they already knew that this was an extremely astonishing form of natural luck. There is if you are heaven-defying enough, able to endure this tempering, able to survive. However, do you dare try? Since the ancient times, only immortal monk king was able to accomplish this when he was young, previously scattering the Buddhist nature, yet still wasn't destroyed after entering this pool. The Golden Lion said. When it spoke up to hear, it frowned. It stared at Sure Hao, because after such a long time, he actually didn't completely dissolve, still remaining alive. Why isn't he dead yet? Don't tell me that another immortal monk king is going to be produced. The eyes of an elder standing on the shore swirled with frightening radiance, staring at Sure Hao. This drew everyone's attention. Huang had already been down there for quite some time. Based on what the Golden Lion said, he should have already dissolved, so why was he still alive? Everyone was staring at Sure Hao. Even the fearless lion like this felt like something wasn't right. Even after so much time had passed, Huang still didn't dissolve. Don't tell me that this human can make it through, an elder said with a sunken voice. At the foot of the mountain, a few more creatures came up. There were 60 to 70 people by the lake, all of them revealing strange expressions. Regardless of how much enmity they had for the youngster in the lake, they had to admit that this was an exceptionally terrifying opponent, his talents freakishly great. Impossible! There is only one immortal monk king, the only one. No one can take his path, the Golden Lion said with a shocked expression. Everyone stared at the lake. Blood was trickling out from that young man's lips, his entire body cracking apart. But he just didn't die, still holding on. Even his body is cracking apart. He can't hold on much longer, someone said, revealing a smile. It was because they saw that Huang's injuries were worsening. If this continued, he was definitely heading down a road of death. Shao's body's injuries were becoming greater and greater, the cracks becoming thicker, bones even becoming visible. When the golden lion saw this scene, it released a breath of relief, completely relaxing. Bring that chest up, someone suggested. Victory was now within grasp. They were about to complete their mission. Huang was trapped here, doomed to inevitable death. The rotten wooden chest was almost in their hands as well. However, what everyone felt rather awkward over was that this reincarnation pool was too special, the water corroding everything. Just now, even a great cultivator already suffered because he was too rash. How were they going to bring the rotten wooden chest up? It seemed like only the golden lion could do this. Seniors, please wait a bit. I am remodeling the golden body through the reincarnation pool, already reaching a critical point, needing a bit more time. The golden lion said with a smile. These words made everyone here tremble. The golden body of the ancient monk bloodline. Just how terrifying of an accomplishment was this? It had the title of Vajra Unbreaking Body. Once it was refined, it would be extremely difficult for external power to injure its body. They would be extremely powerful. At the very least, in the same level, it would be hard for other creatures to harm its body. Now, this lion was about to accomplish this, achieve a perfect golden body. They believed that the golden lion was definitely molding a perfect golden body without any flaws. This was an astonishing feat. Among the ancient monks, many people cultivated the golden body, but how many of them reached the flawless level? It was always a bit flawed. The fearless lion was this calm, carrying a confident smile. He was clearly heading towards an unmatched realm. This pool was made for it after all, about to create an undefeatable expert. Unbreakable golden body. This signified that one would be innately undefeatable among others at the same level. The immortal monk king back then was precisely like this. He stood there, Zhang's 6 golden body not moving, letting others attack him. Yet no one could move him. He really was ridiculously powerful. Cough. Shao was coughing blood. This time, it was even more serious, blood flowing out from his mouth and nose. Moreover, in the end, blood even poured out from his eyes and ears. This was extremely terrible, his body enduring tremendous damage. This pool's water was extremely terrifying, crushing him. The change of the liquid in the pool from extreme cold to extreme heat was a small issue. Not much. Right now, the biggest thing was that the sparkling liquid had a demonic type of power, crushing down on his body like a millstone. Ka. One could clearly hear the bones in his body cracking. His flesh even more so deforming, cracks everywhere. He was about to break apart soon. Blood flowed out from his injuries, dyeing the lake water red. I refuse to believe that there is no way to fish up that chest. A few youngsters ashore were unconvinced, to the extent where a few older generation figures also felt like that wasn't impossible. There were some who took action, a few youngsters competing with each other, displaying ancestral techniques, deriving natural laws, forming large hands or great nets, fishing towards the lake. In the end, when they just approached the lake surface, they completely collapsed. It was because the lake water boiled, endless multicolored light rushing out, breaking the energy apart, and then completely absorbing it into the lake, in the end completely vanishing. These youngsters' faces turned green and white, finding this really hard to accept. The golden lion in the lake was forging a golden body while they couldn't even enter the lake. The difference extremely clear. Interesting, is it really that magical? Let me give it a try. Another great cultivator took action. His strength was exceptional at the peak of the self-release realm. He was one of the best of this group of creatures. He activated divine abilities, operating all of his cultivation. His 5 fingers unfolded, producing great ripples, grabbing towards this lake. Hong! However, waves reached into the skies, completely blasting the ripples apart, plundering the divine force he released. The elder was stupefied, expression dumbstruck. The situation was clear. What the golden lion said was real. The lake was extremely strange. There was no way to make contact with it. These creatures believed that once they fell inside, there would definitely be danger to their lives. Even the most powerful elders felt incomparable restraining fear, not daring to take the risk. He still didn't die? A few people revealed strange expressions. They saw how vomiting large mouthfuls of blood just now, mouth, ears, and eyes all covered in bloodstains. Yet now he was actually still alive and not dead. His vitality really is tenacious. I thought that he was going to become a lump of bloody mist soon. Yet in the end, he is still bitterly holding on. A few people commented, all of them feeling that it was strange. I feel like we have to send Huang on his way. Letting things run their course like this really is letting him off too easy, a young foreign expert said. Indeed, letting him die alone here is too benevolent. Just how many of my side's elites did he kill during this period of time? He needs to be suppressed and killed. There were people who nodded, eyes cold. Hong. Someone sent a fist smashing over, striking at the space between Hao's brows, ferocious and domineering. Unfortunately, divine light surged, neutralizing that fist. All of the divine force was absorbed by the lake, completely unable to approach. That person's face fell. This was just a fist formed from divine force. If it was a real fist, it would have most likely melted. Chong. Someone produced a weapon, a precious engraving. It was a square block, grinded from some type of divine bone. It carried faint essence energy, divine light swirling around it. It smashed outwards. The block was like a small mountain surrounding the lake. As a result, great waves overflowed, surging towards the sky, engulfing this precious imprint, collecting it into the lake. Then no traces of it could be seen anymore. It was dissolved. That youngster's face fell. This was extremely embarrassing. They couldn't kill Huang even if they want to. All power would be dissolved when it approached the lake, be broken down into essence energy. I am almost done. Wait for me to kill him, the golden lion said. The benefits it obtained were tremendous, making one feel jealousy and envy. Golden light overflowed like a great flame furnace, refining it thousands of times over. Essence energy poured into its body. It was exchanging its blood, also shedding its fur. Its flesh was becoming more powerful, walking down the path of a perfect golden body. On the contrary, Hao's hands and feet were almost broken, about to melt in this pool of water, become a part of this lake. The fearless lion looked towards Hao, its golden pupils surging with divine radiance, saying, "Don't vainly try to compete with me over natural luck. Why don't you look around you? See what kind of place this is. The reincarnation pool can dissolve all things, end all living things. Unless you are of the ancient monk bloodline, once you enter, there is only death." Hao didn't pay it any attention. Even though his flesh and spirit were about to be torn apart, he still didn't give up. He was persevering on, struggling. He didn't believe the golden lion's words, because he had previously seen the heavenly mouse enter here. It shouldn't have melted. At this moment, Hao's hands were still gripping the rotten wooden chest, never letting go. He opened his eyes, 2 bloody lines flowing out. He suffered extremely serious injuries. Even his pupils were contaminated with blood, let alone the other parts of his body. He looked towards the golden lion, seeing that the other party was forging a golden body as expected, at the crucial moment. "You talk too much," Hao spoke up, his voice resolute. He moved with everything he had, doing his best to break free of this lake's restrictions, wishing to take action against the fearless lion. Hong! Great waves surged into the heavens. This lake surged violently, essence energy roiling, rushing into the heavens like smoke signals. There were tens of thousands of streaks, this place extremely terrifying. Hao actually moved, raising his hand with great difficulty, slapping in the golden lion's direction. After being restricted for such a long time, your vitality should have been completely dissolved. Yet you can actually still move. This really is something quite formidable, the fearless lion said, extremely shocked. "Oh, It released a great roar, taking the initiative to attack Xianxia. Even though it was forging a golden body, unable to make movements that were too great, it still couldn't hold itself back. Put on. Suddenly, the part of the body Xianxia exposed on the surface also sunk. His entire body entered the water, avoiding the lion's sound wave attack. The attacks of others could be disregarded, as the lake would neutralize it, but this lion was special. It had an innate advantage here, not suffering the resistance of the lake. Xianxia had to remain on guard. Why hasn't Huang died yet? He can actually take the initiative to attack. Look, he actually moved in the lake. Everyone saw Huang move like a fish, rushing at the golden lion from underwater. However, behind him there were large amounts of blood, the bloodstains clear. Heh. This scene really is amusing. Struggle as you will, no matter how you try, what you do, in the end, you will still be killed. The golden lion laughed, not worried. It narrowed its golden pupils, saying, "Killing you like this. I wonder if it is similar to killing a drowning dog." This was a type of humiliation. It spoke these words extremely calmly while slowly raising a large golden claw, directly pressing towards the lake. Don't be careless, hurry and get rid of him. If he really becomes the second immortal monk king, then things will become extremely troublesome. An elder on the shore said seriously. This was what the others were worried about as well. They all felt like getting rid of Xianxia a bit earlier was better, either kill or capture him. Throw him up here, someone shouted, a young individual. He licked his lips, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. His killing intent extremely strong. Correct. How can we just let him die like this? Our side's elites can't have died for nothing. He has to be brought before their graves and sacrificed. Kneel before my side and apologize for his sins, someone suggested. The group of youngsters were all noisy, excited and stirred up. At the same time, their expressions carried coldness and killing intent. Just throw him up here. An elder nodded as well, feeling like capturing Xianxia was better than killing him. They could obtain more secrets from his body. In the lake, the fearless lion's large claw already slapped down, golden light shining brilliantly, extremely dazzling, shaking up the entire lake. It was currently transforming, so its actions were severely restricted, but it was still much stronger than others, able to take action as usual. Meanwhile, underneath the water, Xianxia's entire body felt like it was splitting apart. This lake was like a terrifying millstone that could wipe out all gods and devils, crush him below into a bloody paste. Blood flowed from his 7 apertures, but his body still shone. It was as if a comet smashed into the great earth, about to deliver the lion a fatal strike. Hong. Unfortunately, his injuries from this place were too severe, his loss of life force severe. Together with the lake water suppression, he couldn't display his greatest power. The result was easy to see. When that large claw descended, he received serious injuries. The fearless lion was extremely large, its great claws like golden hooks. One of them brushed Xianxia's body, cutting open a gash of flesh and blood. The injury so deep bone could be seen, almost making Xianxia's inner organs fly out. Interesting, you can actually still move in the lake, your strength not completely sucked away by the lake water. The fearless lion said. The creatures on the shore were all moved, because they had previously given it a try, but no matter what kind of power they used, it would always be completely dissolved. According to what the golden lion said, the pain one endured here far exceeded the limits of their own cultivation realm. Pooh! Right at this time, a string of blood spurted from Xianxia's shoulder. His shoulder ruptured, entire right arm about to leave his body. Then he released a muffled groan, his right leg trembling, becoming badly mangled. His leg bone broke into several pieces, almost crushed apart. The situation was becoming worse and worse. There was no need for the fearless lion to take action at all. Xianxia was breaking apart on his own. His current situation was extremely dire. Pooh! Then, a bloody hole appeared in Xianxia's chest. His breastbone broke, the lake water wishing to rush inside. One could see his inner organs splitting apart. Heh. It has finally reached this step. It seems like I'll be able to remove your head if I just give it a light twist. So you were nothing more than this, the golden lion said with a smile. On the shore, many youngsters were jealous. Huang was going to die under the fearless lion's hands in the end. Just how enviable of a battle accomplishment was this? The glorious Huang was going to die. Even those of the older generation revealed strange expressions, because this time, the golden lion's contributions were too great. In the end, the rotten wooden chest could be considered to be seized back by it. Once Huang died, all the fearless lion had to do was fish up the rotten wooden chest, and he would have successfully accomplished the mission. And, even though Xianxia was in an impasse on the verge of destruction, he suddenly developed a strange feeling. It was because even though he suffered injuries, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't resist it. There was an extremely small sphere of light that released strange life force. Moreover, it was precisely because of this type of resistance that he could transfer some of his body's magical force. His movements also becoming a bit more swift. He used the willow deity technique, treating his injuries, hoping for his arms, legs, chest, and other parts to recover. Unfortunately, this wave of life force was extremely weak, healing extremely difficult, unable to immediately be treated. Moreover, in the end, the injuries he was taking on from the lake were greater, so his overall condition was still worsening. The golden lion seemed to have noticed something. His heart jumped, quickly taking action. It became a bit worried as well. In its opinion, Huang couldn't be judged with normal reasoning. If he really managed to stick it through becoming the second immortal monk king, then this would undoubtedly become a disaster for him. Even if he successfully forged the golden body before a second immortal monk king, he would still seem lackluster. Huang! The fearless lion's large claw slammed over, moreover starting to grab towards that rotten wooden chest. Xianxia didn't face it head-on. He felt that type of transformation. His perseverance, powerful constitution, and other factors came into effect. Perhaps it will gradually develop in a good direction. Maybe he really can produce an even stronger fighting body through this. That was why right now the most important thing to do was to protect himself, to live. He couldn't fall here. He shifted outwards. Sure enough, this swamp-like lake wasn't able to completely restrict him. His movements extremely quick. However, the golden lion had the advantage here. This lake's restrictions on it were limited. One of the golden hook-like claws slashed over, almost piercing through the space between Xianxia's brows. Strange symbols flickered about, terrifying beyond compare. Kill him! A few elders' expressions also changed, having the golden lion take action decisively, deciding to not take captives. Good. Killing him like this can also be considered rather tasteful, the golden lion said coldly. It moved slightly, pressing forward, because its golden body was about to complete its forging, so it didn't have to worry much anymore. The new skin was as bright as silk fabric, extremely dazzling. Divine force immediately surged here, essence energy surging on, divine chains of order covering everything densely. Xianxia sighed. He really entered a place of death today. There was a group of people ashore who glared at him like tigers watching their prey, many of them great cultivators. There was no way he could go up. However, the water was so strange, his body about to be crushed. There was even a ferocious, fearless lion attacking him. In the end, Xianxia clenched his teeth, and then while carrying the rotten wooden chest, he took a deep breath, swimming towards the bottom of the lake. Regardless of whether he would end up dead or alive, he didn't want to fall into those people's hands. Where do you think you are going? The golden lion's expression changed, following him down the lake. However, Xianxia was decisive, also moving quickly, not caring about the dangers of his own body breaking apart. Even if he died, he wanted it to be of his own choices. He couldn't let others kill him. During this process, his arms, inner organs, and other things were all crushed, and then they shattered. In the end, his entire body warped, deforming, even his skull splitting apart. One had to understand how powerful his flesh was. However, right now it was still cracking apart like porcelain. This lake was too terrifying. The golden lion chased a set distance, and then its expression completely changed. Couldn't continue down any further, because it was forging a golden body. If it continued down, it would damage its own Dao fruit. Before the transformation was complete, this so-called golden body would be destroyed. Its eyes flickered with cold light, only when it saw that figure gradually sink further and further. Moreover, Hao's body breaking to pieces. Only then did it release a breath of relief and relax. No one understood better than it what kind of place the lake bottom was. It was even more terrifying than the upper parts. The lake water surged. The golden lion appeared on the surface again, its expression incredibly overcast. On the shore, many foreign cultivators were shocked. That rotten wooden chest wasn't brought up? Where is Huang? Is he dead? Where is the chest? An elder hurriedly asked. The wooden chest was a major issue. It definitely couldn't be lost. Don't worry. He is dead. He won't be able to live. When I finish forging my body, I will try to head to the lake bottom and bring up the chest. The fearless lion replied. This reply left everyone shocked. It said it was going to try to head to the lake bottom, this alone enough to prove how difficult it was. Was the lake bottom extremely terrifying? The lake bottom is extremely shocking, far more extraordinary than what everyone imagines. The golden lion said, as if it saw through their curiosity. Just how did it form? What is there at the bottom of the lake? A great cultivator asked. It was constructed by the Buddhas. Within it stored unique heaven and earth order, as if it is displaying reincarnation. You all think this water is extremely terrifying, but in reality, it is an unmatched medicine. It is divine liquid. The golden lion's great claws moved through the water as it spoke. Divine liquid? The creatures ashore didn't understand. This water corroded their bodies. They couldn't get close. There wasn't much holiness to talk about. There is a type of saying that after generation of great monks died in meditation, their possessions were all dissolved in this lake, ancient Buddhas dying generation after generation, bones buried in the reincarnation pool becoming divine liquid. The golden lion said. This gave everyone a horrifying feeling. The liquid in the pool was formed from the past venerable individuals of the ancient monk bloodline after they died. To soak in this type of lake, just the thought alone made the skin of everyone on shore produce a layer of goosebumps. Everyone is overthinking. As immortal monks, how can their bodies have any impurities? Their bodies are full of divine auras, flesh and blood long purified. Even though they are monks who haven't achieved long life, after entering this pool, they long purified their bodies. Instead of saying their bones are buried here, it is better to say that their divine force ultimately gathered here. The fearless lion said. If Huang goes down there, what if he survives? Ends up obtaining benefits? Someone hurriedly asked. How can that be? The lake bottom is even more dangerous. As long as one enters, the flesh will definitely explode. Primordial spirit become a rain of light, completely scatter. The fearless lion said. Why? The lake bottom is different. It is rumored that there were some ancient monks who were too powerful. In the end, they didn't completely dissolve. Their bodies remain still existing, gathered at the lake bottom. If Huang goes down, how can he endure that type of pressure? His body and spirit will definitely be erased. The golden lion said. When the creatures ashore heard these words, they felt shocked, eyebrows furrowing. This place actually had such a great history. The burial ground of Buddhas, the pool where the bones of immortal monks remained. This made everyone shiver, feel a chill run through their bodies. This was especially the case when, in the eyes of the ancient monk bloodline's inheritors, this place was actually holy, exceptional, auspicious, making others feel their bodies become cold. This is divine precious liquid? A youngster almost stammered. This pool was too terrifying. Of course, there were also people who believed that this place definitely had great secrets, actually about to create reincarnation, become a place of rebirth. It was clear just how extraordinary this lake was. Only who dared to go in to investigate? No one could head to the lake bottom, difficult for even the fearless lion. This was something they could tell from its words just now. However, like this, how was one supposed to bring that chest up? This gave quite a few great cultivators headaches, deeply feeling that things were troublesome. The fearless lion no longer said anything, already closing its eyes. It was doing everything it could to forge its unmatched golden body, about to become a legendary monk expert. Its family had previously followed the ancient monk bloodline, so it understood a lot about this inheritance, deeply aware of how terrifying they were. On the shore, a few great cultivators mentioned some of the ancient monk bloodline's battle accomplishments. Those monks really are formidable. Rumor has it that back then, after my side's experts pacified the 9 heavens, they thought they already stabilized the situation. Who would have expected that after inadvertently running into a small temple, inside only a few old monks, in the end, our side's great army received serious injuries. Indeed. I also heard that there was previously a small novice Buddhist monk who didn't look to be that old, but he similarly wiped out a great army from my side. When this bloodline was mentioned, there were naturally many legends. Little Lion, are you sure you can enter the lake bottom? Bring up that chest? A great cultivator asked. I will do my best. There should be no issues, the Golden Lion replied. It wasn't 100% confident either, because if the legends were true, then this place was extremely special, quite possibly the ultimate remains left behind by the ancient monk bloodline. According to legends, there were definitely generations of worthy individuals buried here, to the extent where they were even more ancient than Immortal Monk King. It was because when Immortal Monk King appeared, the ancient monk bloodline had long existed in this world. On shore, everyone was worried, scared that they might not be able to obtain the rotten wooden chest. They tried to open their heavenly eyes, but couldn't see through the lake water at all. This was the burial ground of successive generations of monks. Where their bones were buried, it wasn't a place they could see through. As for divine will and other forms of perception, they even more so couldn't peer through, completely devoured once they approached the lake. Below the waves, Shurehao's body broke into pieces, truly falling apart, even his primordial spirit about to separate, turn into a sphere of light, about to leave his skull. This was an extremely terrifying serious injury. There was a chance that he might die here. Even though he resisted with everything he had, this lake water's power was too great, about to completely break him down, turn him into essence energy, into a part of the lake water. At this moment, Shuhao developed a type of horrifying feeling. Could it be that this lake water was created precisely from the decomposition of countless experts? If this was the case, then it really was a bit terrifying. He released a low roar. His frontal bone completely split open, lake water pouring in, continuously inflicting serious injuries upon his primordial spirit. Many cracks appeared, multicolored light moreover rising. If this continued, he would follow in those young cultivators' footsteps. His primordial spirit would evaporate, become a rain of light. There was a strange lump of life force within his body that resisted this wave of power, but it wasn't powerful enough, unable to free him from this type of great crisis. Gather for me, Shuhao roared angrily. His broken body was forcefully gathered together, reassembled with the Willow Deity's method. He struggled about underwater, wishing to restore himself. Break through. This is the moment, Shuhao said quietly. After briefly piecing his body together, he began to attack at the breakthrough point. This place was extremely peaceful, so he wanted to rise into the self-severing realm. He had already accumulated enough, and now he wanted to break through in disaster. Hong! A wave of terrifying divine light erupted within his body. Even though his body was split up and in pieces, in tatters, mysterious power still appeared in his body. These were the gates within him being opened, one after another, releasing powerful vitality, healing his flesh, restoring his primordial spirit, making him flourish with strength again. However, it was precisely because of the appearance of these gates that led to the even more terrifying crashing of the lake water. At the lake bottom, there was a golden power surging over, directly crushing Shuhao, even more serious than tearing him to pieces. This was a serious injury. One had to understand that Shuhao had great Dao injuries left behind from Divine Medicine Mountain Range, and now, in this place, he was suppressed repeatedly, so of course things worsened greatly. What kind of power is this? Shuhao was shocked. When he was breaking through, he actually encountered this type of attack. He broke through, attacking at the breakpoint, but was forcefully interrupted. Right now, his physical body broke apart, primordial spirit separating from his skull, also flickering continuously, corroded by that wave of golden power, about to be disintegrated. At this time, he turned into a lump of bloody paste and crushed bone, dragged to the bottom of the lake. The lake water here became even more dense, containing unimaginable power. However, Hao instead calmed down. His primordial spirit still didn't break apart, clearly capturing the scene below. He immediately felt horrified. Bones, piles after piles, all of them connected. This was the scene at the bottom of the lake. The lake water above looked holy, releasing brilliance, sparkling and translucent. Yet the scene below was this terrifying, broken bones everywhere. Just what kind of scene was this? This was the ancient monk Pure Land that the Golden Lion spoke of, the final land of eternal rest? Bones were piled up everywhere. It really was a bit strange and terrifying. Hao was greatly shaken up. At the same time, he was at the most dangerous moment of his life. The golden multicolored light was released precisely by these bones, wishing to completely refine him. This was especially the case when on the bone piles, there were a few bones that were golden to begin with. They were incredibly divine, releasing gentle light, surrounding him, wishing to completely refine him away. Right now, his condition was extremely terrible. He already lacked a complete human form, becoming a mass of flesh and broken bones. If he continued to be restricted like this, it would be extremely dangerous. This sphere of light burned like a golden furnace, burning and roasting him. One could clearly see that Hao's primordial spirit was also breaking apart, just like his body, unable to remain whole. Am I really going to just die here? Hao really was unwilling. He wasn't willing to give up, still resisting, struggling. The breakthrough process just now was interrupted. Now, he already didn't have any greater strength. Hao's lump of flesh exploded, crushed once, becoming a bloody mist, even his bones becoming sand-like particles. He was now completely crushed apart. At this moment, his primordial spirit turned into many fragments, shining here, about to scatter in all directions. However, Hao was still struggling without end. He used all of the methods he knew to prevent himself from dying, wishing to hold on. At this moment, all types of precious techniques appeared. All types of symbols blossomed together. He used all methods he could think of. A type of strange scripture sound rang out. This time, it was even greater than before, and it allowed him to become fully aware that this was the imperishable scripture. It turned into symbols one after another, merging with his fragmented flesh, continuously tangling about them. It was as if clay was being made, crushed and forged repeatedly. The imperishable scripture was a powerful technique for cultivating the flesh to begin with. In this domain, it could display unimaginable miraculous effects. After tempering hundreds to thousands of times over, that lump of flesh actually began to squirm, starting to grow again. In the end, it took on the appearance of a body again. His bones were also growing, connecting again. A body began to condense once more. Hao wanted to scream, wanted to roar out. Even though his flesh had been recreated, slowly recovering, his primordial spirit wasn't that lucky. Still in pieces, possibly breaking to pieces. Imperishable scripture was known as an unmatched great method, in the past known as one of the top 3 most powerful ancient scriptures. The only unfortunate thing was that the primordial spirit couldn't be fixed, or else it would be number 1 under heaven. Without a doubt, in terms of cultivating the flesh, this was the number 1 scripture. It allowed Hao's flesh to be reforged, reappearing. However, the primordial spirit would continue to remain fragmented, still on the path of disappearing. Hao released a great roar, his primordial spirit light doing everything it could to rush into his body. Those fragments headed towards his skull, but in the end, a golden skull pulled at them, preventing him from doing as he pleased. At the bottom of the lake were many divine bone pieces, one of the golden bones even more mysterious, actually about to suck Hao's primordial spirit away. In the end, these primordial spirit fragments shone. Left without a choice, they rushed into Hao's chest, merging into his inner organs, not willing to come back out. Reconstruct the flesh. Reconstruct the primordial spirit, Xianxia said with a low roar. He was hoping to break through, transform here. The imperishable scripture operated, healing his injured body, condensing a powerful, imperishable body. During this process, his body also underwent a strange process. Within his inner organs, it was as if a mysterious palace formed, consecrating the primordial spirit fragments. Xianxia felt that the 8-armed soul race's sect master wasn't enough to kill him. Feeling that he should recruit more people and gang up on the silver blood devil tree ancient ancestor, and only then would he be killed, eliminating a great danger. Soul race's sect master immediately stood out. Even though he knew that Xianxia wouldn't treat them unfairly, right now he still had to display a type of stance. Immediately after, another individual ascended to the stage, figure indistinct, rushing at the silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor as expected. Immortal Ancient was cursed, and this curse carried an enormous amount of danger. Normally, this level of creature was already extremely few, and even if there was, they couldn't leave the tribe, most of them already muddle-headed and in a deep slumber. However, today was special. The great sects were all paying close attention to whether or not Xianxia could successfully cross tribulation, so sect master level figures personally came here. Now, they were going to take action. Dao friends, what are you all doing? Could it be that you are going to let an outsider incite disharmony among us? That lightning tribulation liquid is definitely ours, so why do we need to ruin our relationship? The silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor said. The two of our races have grudges to begin with, so it'll be properly dealt with here. Soul Clan's ancient ancestor said. Everyone, this isn't the only time I will face tribulation. In the future, there will still be the most powerful lightning tribulation. I promise that I will treat all of your clansmen, Xianxia declared. Hong. Immediately afterwards, sect masters took action. Indistinct figures seemingly berserk as they threw themselves forward murderously. All of you, silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor was furious, but the circumstances were already beyond his control. He couldn't stay here, turning around to leave. The battle of sect masters was definitely terrifying. 3 figures shattered the heavens, disappearing from this place. Everyone trembled inwardly. Hong. Heavenly tribulation descended. Lightning radiance poured down endlessly. The 10th heaven's lightning tribulation was much more terrifying than the 9th heaven. But Xianxia didn't provoke the true dragon, heavenly phoenix and others in the lightning tribulation, let alone touch that immortal stage. This was a layer of heavenly tribulation that wouldn't descend if not provoked. Just now, he provoked a few comparatively weaker lightning creatures, sending down tens of thousands of streaks of electrical light. This was a disaster. The entire mountain range flickered with lightning radiance, rubble flying everywhere, those enormous ancient trees all pulling out their roots and fleeing towards the distance. Xianxia resisted the lightning. At the same time, the space between his brows shone, his divine senses completely unfolding. He locked onto 2 heavenly deities, both of them transformed from enormous silver trees. Right now, the 2 were fleeing, rushing towards the distance. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Xianxia's lips, chasing over with extreme speed. He didn't want to completely eradicate them, not wishing to slaughter the innocent, but the silver blood devil tree race targeted him again and again, so he had to at least do something. He didn't wish to kill the old and young, only eliminating the clan's main fighting strength. These 2 heavenly deities were undoubtedly his targets. Xianxia quickly rushed over, bringing the lightning tribulation with him, chasing up to them soon after. This ended without any suspense. Hong. Xianxia in the lightning radiance didn't even have to make a move, and this heavenly deity was already blasted until its body fractured, and then its body and soul were wiped out. Qi, the everlasting immortal sword pointed out, chasing after a heavenly deity that ran in another direction. Sword radiance shocked the world. This person turned around, turned into a sky-reaching ancient tree, about to seal the sword core and bring it away. Pong! Inside the sword core, lightning radiance erupted. This was the powerful lightning Dao Xianxia infused into the sword, and at this moment, it burst, immediately linking up the sea of lightning in the sky. Not good! This heavenly deity cried out loudly, quickly fleeing into the distance. However, it was still too late. How already eliminated the other person, now chasing over in this direction. With a raise of his hand, an enormous lightning Dao light sword formed, viciously hacking over. Hong! The mountain range was hacked through, turning into flying ashes. This person vomited blood from his mouth, still wishing to escape. However, Hao's real body arrived, meaning that the lightning tribulation did as well. Pooh! Hao blasted it flying with a single fist, forcing it to cough out large amounts of blood. Its flesh ruptured in the sea of lightning, ultimately turning into a charred corpse, thus losing its life. This region was in chaos. When Hao returned, the Silver Blood Devil tree race were already all fleeing. He didn't wish to massacre this place, only bringing the lightning and bombarding this place, turning all of the mountain peaks into ashes. The ancient land of a race thus completely disappeared. Everyone was stupefied. This was but the Silver Blood Devil tree race, known as a matchless holy land, yet it was destroyed just like that. Hao was extremely calm. He produced a jade cauldron, and then began to collect lightning tribulation liquid. It was because he didn't want to waste any more time and end things. Soon after, the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor and another sect master returned. On their bodies some blood. Did they settle things? This was what everyone was wondering. One had to understand that these two were chasing after the Silver Blood Devil tree race's ancient ancestor. This was a great matter that shook up all of Immortal Ancient. What were the results like? He is quite cunning, fleeing too fast. However, he suffered serious injuries, his chances of surviving not high, at the very least unable to fight for a year or two. The 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor spoke, feeling a bit regretful. However, after carefully thinking about it, it was enough. After all, this was a sect master who was incomparably powerful. How could he be easily killed? If not for the curse in his body, the Silver Blood Devil tree race's ancient ancestor definitely wouldn't die, able to live through it. However, Immortal Ancient was different. Once one received heavy injuries, their bodies would be corroded by the curse, easily falling. The blood on the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor and that sect master's bodies were all from that Silver Blood Devil tree, not their own. Thus, the lightning radiance around Hao disappeared, the entire 10th heaven completely disappearing. In that instant, great banners fluttered about, formations sealed the heavens, surrounding him. This was a great formation the 8-armed soul race and a few other clans worked together to set up, something they discussed with Hao beforehand to protect him out of fear of outsiders stirring up trouble. At this time, 2 sect masters walked forward, both of them carrying looks of joy, their minds stirring greatly. Not every sect had sect master level figures, and those that could fight were even fewer. Now that there were 2 people standing guard here, it could definitely be called a top-level fighting force. Little friend has heaven-warping heroicness after all. Even able to make it through divine king tribulation, shocking past and present. 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor said with a sigh of praise. A true talent, a giant among men. Is little Dao friend married? I have a descendant who is incredibly beautiful, known as a world-shocking divine beauty. The other sect master was extremely direct, laughing loudly as he spoke. Their admiration was sincere, and at the same time, they really did wish to rope in this youngster, because their clansmen numbers were enormous. If they wanted to rescue all of them, how could 1 or 2 instances of lightning tribulation be enough? The 2 of them both wished to establish good relationships with Hao, because only then could they change the fate of their clan. Seniors do not need to be polite. Please dissolve your curses. Hao produced a jade cup, the cup extremely small, less than an inch in size. They both had a cup of lightning tribulation liquid handed into each other's hands. This senior is? He recognized Soul Race's ancient ancestor, but he didn't know who the other was. He is Beauty Clan's old clan leader. Soul Race's ancient ancestor said with a smile, accepting the jade cup, downing the 5-colored liquid with a single gulp. He immediately sat down to operate a mysterious art. Beauty Clan's expert didn't move, staying here to offer protection as to avoid outsiders attacking secretly. The 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor had previously become muddle-headed, rescued by the bit of lightning tribulation liquid he offered up. Now, the 5-colored lightning tribulation liquid was clearly better than the last time, the medicinal effects even greater. That was why, even though it was just a small cup, it displayed tremendous use. In that instant, his body released waves of black haze that turned into dark light, burning here. Oh! A great roar sounded. The 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor opened his eyes, then rose up into the air, stirred up and excited. He couldn't help but release a great roar, shaking up the world until groups of mountains collapsed. The curse that had trapped him for so many years was now completely cleansed. Old friend, help protect me. I ought to do the same. Beauty Clan's sect master's voice was trembling a bit. When he saw someone he knew succeed, great waves stirred within his mind as well. A moment later, another great roar sounded, a second sect master neutralizing his curse. Shwa! At that moment, all of the great banners and formation stages were put away. This place became calm. These two great sect masters didn't need these things at all. They neutralized their curse, becoming far stronger than in the past. When taking action, they didn't have to feel any misgivings anymore. Fellow Dao friends, please step forward, Shihao said. He rushed towards the great sects that had previously always protected him, smiling towards those great sects he had relations with, preparing to gift out the lightning tribulation liquid. The 8-armed soul race, beauty race, and others all swarmed over, those people so excited they were shaking, incomparably hopeful. The two great sect masters stopped the chaotic masses, pointing towards the heavenly deities inside to have them walk up. These were the top-level fighting strength, so they should have their curse neutralized first. Soon after, this place overflowed with divine light. A few more heavenly deities immediately appeared, neutralizing their curses. Blood energy surged, shaking up this ancient place. This was a major event. No matter how many years passed, no one would forget that this youngster distributed lightning tribulation liquid, helping the natives neutralize their curses, making many people shed tears of joy. They didn't know how many years they had been waiting for this already, always wishing for the day they could return to normal, no longer bound by a mysterious power and become like those of the outside world. That day was recorded in the annals of history, leaving a heavy mark in this great era. Even though this great era had reached its end, it was still an extremely brilliant event. Everyone, we cannot feel optimistic about the situation yet. Immortal ancient remains have displayed cracks. Powerful experts of the outside world might enter. We have to think of ways to have the most powerful people neutralize their curse power first. Soul Race's ancient ancestor spoke. They had to start from those with the greatest strength as to cope with unforeseen developments. After obtaining their clan's agreement, quite a few heavenly deities immediately appeared, all of them sitting in the void, clouds and mists surging. Soon after, their curse power was neutralized. The natives from many great clans who came here received benefits. That is, those who were friendly to Shihao, none of them with the problem of their clan's heavenly deities secretly stirring up trouble. Of course, there were a few clans whose eyes were red, but they could only stare helplessly. These races had previously all either attacked Shihao or had disagreements with him, so they were naturally excluded. Soon after, this place erupted with activity. Shihao was crowded at the center, surrounded by a group of heavenly deities. Right now, that youth looked extremely great and divine. He helped a few people with their curses, naturally obtaining their sincere gratitude and support. Not good. Quite a few people who bore hostility felt fear. It was because more and more people gathered in Shihao's surroundings, heavenly deities standing in great numbers. How could they not be scared? In the end, there were even another 2 muddle-headed sect masters who were saved. For great sect masters stood together there, making others truly shocked, sighing with astonishment. Little friend, our Centaur clan and Ancient Fiend sect were always actively taking action to protect little friend. We must ask for help in neutralizing the curse power. The two clans couldn't sit still any longer. They hurriedly walked up, because they seemed to have been forgotten. I have previously said that Centaur clans Mayu and ancient fiend races Emoluo had tried to kill me. So it is impossible for me to give out lightning tribulation liquid unless they die. Shurhao calmly said. You want to tyrannically abuse immortal ancient? Do you think everyone will obey your orders? Mayu transmitted sound. Just an outsider. By what qualifications do you have to act so unbridled? Lightning tribulation liquid is something everyone in immortal ancient needs. Doing things this way is forcing us. Emoluo also transmitted sound. This time, Shurhao didn't have to speak, nor did the four sect masters say anything. A few heavenly deities directly took action, rushing forward murderously. Those two individuals' expressions changed, immediately fleeing for their lives. In the distance, the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces were all stupefied. Huang gathered such a great amount of power just like that? Regardless of whether it was Yun Shi Yuchan or the others acquainted with Shurhao, they were all shocked. This kind of force, if brought out from immortal ancient, would definitely stir up a great storm. It was because this power was still growing. As for facing tribulation, the reason why Shurhao obtained comparatively more lightning tribulation liquid was because the effects of the lightning tribulation liquid far exceeded that of the past, helping many people neutralize their curses. At this moment, he directly gifted a bit of the lightning tribulation liquid to the 8-armed soul race, beauty race's true deities and others. Little friend, do not be like this. It's too much of a waste. Soul race's heavenly deity urged, hoping to save a few more heavenly deities and make their strength greater. It was because if there was conflict with those of the outside world, they would be able to protect their clansmen. Soul Clan, Beauty Clan, and the others had previously protected me sincerely. This precious liquid has to be distributed, Shurhao said. This was something he had to do. Those close to him were special. The clans that had previously made a great effort to protect him all obtained special care. When he did this, there would be even more people who came, hoping for the next time he gifted out lightning tribulation liquid. Sure enough, this triggered a commotion. More and more people rushed over, experts filling this place like clouds. There were heavenly deities everywhere, surrounding him within. This kind of alliance, this enormous strength, it will definitely stir up a terrifying storm in the 3,000 provinces. Someone sighed with amazement. Forget about Shurhao, even the fearless lion as well as Gu Clan's inheritor trembled, turning pale with fright. How could it be like this? Shuchuo, Anlin, these two unmatched experts came? However, how was this possible? Those were unsurpassed, undying kings. It was too difficult for them to enter desolate border. They were stopped by Heaven Abyss. All those who are undying couldn't pass through Heaven Abyss. The more powerful one was, the more difficult it was. They would be rejected by the Tao laws of that place, the two not compatible. And Shurhao revealed a strange expression. It was because when Emperor Clan's young Great One shouted out those words, nothing special happened here. There were no Shuchuo or Anlin's true bodies that took form. Up ahead, the black energy rose and fell, no longer surging chaotically, but it made everyone feel more and more ill at ease, feeling that they shouldn't provoke it. This place was comparatively speaking already calm, no undying existences appearing. Tao brother, this is? The Golden Lion also became suspicious, asking like this. Are you sure you can call the two great, unsurpassed, undying existences? Gu Clan's inheritor asked. It was extremely arrogant, never feeling like his clan was weaker than an emperor clan. In reality, they were indeed ridiculously powerful. In the past, they were able to contend against true dragons, wishing to seize the #1 race spot. True dragon, that was a race that was regarded by others as immortal kings. When they grew to their late stage, they would ultimately turn into unmatched immortal Tao existences. Please wait a bit, Emperor Clan's young Great One said, looking into the sky. His figure became more and more majestic, eventually starting to chant an extremely long and ancient name. Among them, keywords including Shuchuo and Anlin were mentioned. Shurhao shivered inwardly. He knew what this person was trying to do. He was chanting the true names, reciting all of the surnames and other things, calling out to them. Anlin, Shuchuo, these were the simplified names of two great undying kings. They still had extremely long surnames and other names. If these prefixes and suffixes were added, then there would be several hundred characters. Heaven abyss separated this place. Normally, their true bodies couldn't cross over, so even if their true names were called, their true bodies naturally wouldn't appear. It was clear that Hao's previous worries were unnecessary when he read Anlin and Shuchuo's names in parts. In reality, with Heaven Abyss here, mentioning them in this region wouldn't trigger their appearance. I was worried for nothing. Anlin, Shuchuo, those two old bastards are restricted here. They still haven't defied the heavens yet, Hao said to himself. If the Golden Lion or Gu clan's inheritor heard this, they might become stupefied. In all their time growing up in the other side, they had never heard of anyone speak about the undying kings with such disrespect. Hong! Suddenly, light flashed past the void. An indistinct figure appeared. That type of aura was too terrifying, overwhelming everything, making everyone tremble. At this moment, with this place at the center, Divine Medicine Mountain Range, Heavenly Beast Forest, and other places were shaken, the quaking spreading into the distance. They were summoned? Hao was shocked. Gu clan's inheritor and the fearless lion who were the closest trembled greatly, their bodies almost being blasted to pieces. They even more so wanted to bow down because they couldn't resist this type of might at all. Kacha. Unfortunately, this indistinct image was unstable. It cracked the skies, and then instantly disappeared. Emperor Clan's young Great One was stupefied. He originally thought that he succeeded, never expecting to still fail at the final moment. One had to understand that when they came here, they prepared too many methods. He had previously obtained a chance to have an audience with the two unmatched kings. This type of glory was something that hadn't been bestowed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Regardless of whether it was Shuchuo or Anlin, their statuses were extremely high, rare for even other undying existences to meet them, let alone a younger generation individual. The two bestowed this Emperor Clan young expert all types of secret artifacts. All of it was for this day. What a pity we couldn't create a miracle. I originally thought that we might be able to obtain that wooden chest, clearing the fog that has shrouded this matter forever, learn what rested within. The Golden Lion was extremely regretful. This really is hard to accept. We all already reached this step, activated the vile earth, made the ancient tomb appear, even seeing the wooden chest, yet we still failed. Gu Clan's expert sighed. We still haven't failed yet. The Emperor Clan young expert put away his expression of regret, the expression in his eyes becoming even more resolute. This time he didn't say too much, becoming serious. He was much more focused than before, to the extent where his expression even became a bit heavy. His fingers were even trembling slightly. He produced a formation core that was a faint purple color, sparkling and shining. It wasn't tall, only 3 feet in size. It was made of bone matter. There was a type of incomparably powerful aura and power restrained within, as if there was a hibernating barbaric ferocious beast ready to revive at any time. What is this? The Golden Lion asked. A type of special summoning stage, the Emperor Clan young Great One replied. Then, he produced all types of small formation banners, placing them on the bone core. They arranged themselves on their own. Afterwards, he extracted sparkling bones piece after piece. They turned into symbols, releasing kong-chong noises that filled this place, as if scriptures were flickering about, releasing loud noises. These transformations truly left one stupefied. Hong! Immediately afterwards, the Golden Lion and Gu Clan inheritor couldn't hold on anymore, kneeling down. Meanwhile, the young Emperor Clan Great One, after activating the last bone piece, also became like this, unable to resist this type of pressure, falling down. A type of power began to stir about, trying to link up with this altar, threading into endless space to reach this place. As a result, in an ancient and barren region in the foreign side, after who knew just how many years had passed since they were disturbed, today, undying light lit up streak after streak. What? The ancient ancestors are reviving. Hundreds of thousands of li out, millions of li out. The clansmen who had blood relationships with the existences who revived in the barren land were completely shocked, even their souls shaking. Immediately afterwards, all of the creatures in this clan sensed something, and then they began to tremble with fear, bowing down in this direction, prostrating themselves in worship. Inside of the burial region Holy Land, the fearless lion, Gu clan inheritor, and Emperor race young Great One felt more and more uneasy, their bones trembling, releasing caca noises, as if they were going to collapse. Not good, we have to quickly push it into the black energy sea, or else we will all die as well, Gu clan's inheritor shouted. They were pressured into kneeling on the ground, forced to endure incomparable power. Fine! The three great young experts did everything they could, pushing with all their strength. On this 3-foot-tall bone platform, they separated from the burial region Holy Land, entering the sea. With a piu-tong sound, waves splashed outwards, black energy overflowing into the heavens. It was clear that this bone platform triggered an intense change in the sea of energy, causing this place to erupt into chaos again. However, this time, the bone platform wasn't destroyed like the old soldiers, instead rising and falling in the ocean. In the distance, Hao saw the truth. He felt deeply horrified, knowing that there was definitely going to be something happening now. Things were now incredibly troublesome, but he had no way of stopping it. When the bone platform landed in the Black Sea, Gu clan's inheritor, fearless lion, and Emperor clan's young Great One all released a breath of air, crawling up from the ground. It really was strange, this burial region Holy Land had a secret power protecting it. Regardless of whether it was the black energy or the bone platform, none of them were able to destroy this place. Kacha! In the Black Sea, a crack appeared on that bone formation core, wisps of blood seeping out, displaying many colors. They interweaved together, resplendent and shocking, impossible to look straight at. What kind of ancient blood is that? The fearless lion was horrified. When it saw the brightly colored blood, it became inwardly fearful. Shuchuo's blood, the Emperor clan young Great One replied. In that bone core, there was actually a bit of Shuchuo's blood hidden within. This was unmatched true blood, representing incomparable power. While speaking these things, the Emperor clan young Great One produced another object, a beast skin, on it great Tao characters that couldn't be distinguished. With a chi sound, this beast skin flew into the black energy sea, landing on the bone core. After being soaked in the blood, with a hong sound, it began to burn on its own. This was an expanse of scriptures, great Tao characters that summoned undying kings. Right now, deafening scripture sounds were released, speaking Shuchuo's entire name several times. True scripture summoning. Was this a summoning scripture piece written by the undying king himself? Gu clan's inheritor's expression changed greatly. Success or failure, this is it. Even though those two great ones prepared for many years, using up endless heavenly materials, paying an unimaginable price, they can still only pass through heaven abyss for an instant. The Emperor clan young Great One said. With a wong noise, an extremely muffled noise sounded. That bone core shone, its surroundings distorting. In addition, it quickly became dim, heaven and earth becoming pitch black. Then, it rushed into the sky from the sea, ripping apart the entire sky dome, opening up a gate, welcoming the undying king's descent. In that instant, heaven and earth trembled greatly, the world about to be overturned. That type of power was too terrifying. One could vaguely see a large hand slowly reach out from the pitch-black heavens, truly descending. This wasn't the true body, but right now it was even better than the true body, similarly powerful, possessing matchless, unrivaled power. It was because for the sake of this moment, the undying kings had prepared for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. This was his most powerful magical projection. If it wasn't for the burial region Holy Land's effects, all of the creatures would be dead. The instant the great hand reached out, that aura would make the sun, moon, mountains and rivers all collapse. One could see it slowly appear from midair. Moreover, when it reached towards the black energy sea depths, countless great stars fell from the heavens above, all of them exploding in the void. Later on, when the great hand descended, approaching that rotting wooden chest, A sea of stars poured down like a waterfall. What kind of power was this? This was simply unimaginable. A hand actually caused a sea of stars to fall, simply able to destroy the starry sky with a raise of a hand. Is this the power of great ancestor Shuchuo? He's too powerful. No matter who he faces, they would all explode on the spot, the fearless lion said in horror. They stood in the burial region, protected by the Holy Land. Otherwise, even if they were 100 times stronger, their bodies and spirits would still be destroyed, crushed by that wave of energy. He succeeded, Emperor Clan's young Great One said with pleasant surprise. It was because that large hand was going to grab the rotting wooden chest. He really wanted to know what was inside of that chest. It was because for the sake of this moment, Shuchuo paid an extremely great price, using up endless time. Just what kind of thing was it that was worth him exhausting so much over? Hong! Suddenly, a terrifying vibration transmitted over. There was even more so a wave of terrifying aura that spread from the distance. It was as if a giant was reviving, about to come into being. Ancient burial land. Gu Clan's young inheritor turned pale with fright. It was because the ancient burial region he spoke of was not the place before his eyes, but rather a more distant region, the burial grounds country, the place Shuchuo and Anlin had previously excavated. There is something in the ancient burial land that is about to come out. Emperor Clan's young Great One was incredibly shocked, his emotions rising and falling intensely. Even the ancient burial region was disturbed. Creatures about to emerge. Were they going to oppose the unmatched Shuchuo? The flesh took form, being reconstructed. This was a difficult process. When faced with the water's terrifying power, Hao's imperishable scripture displayed tremendous use. Only, during this process, the primordial spirit that rushed over merged with his inner organs. Inside his body, his 5 viscera shone, becoming indistinct, forming 5 palaces, protecting his primordial spirit. It was because the external corrosion power was still present, damaging his flesh, disintegrating his primordial spirit. Meanwhile, his flesh was protected by the imperishable scripture. Strange symbols condensed into his flesh, making it not that easy to explode again. However, his primordial spirit wasn't supported by the scripture, thus making it extremely weak. In the end, his flesh's inner organs actually turned into palaces, protecting his primordial spirit. This was a type of miracle. It actually appeared just like this. In this type of state, Hao felt a rare peacefulness. He calmed down, not feeling any fear, not feeling any worry, instead watching everything emotionlessly, observing the changes that were happening to himself. There had always been a type of saying in the world of cultivation, stating that living beings, apart from their original lives, had 5 more lives, corresponding to the world's 5 elements. However, they were extremely difficult to truly activate. Normally speaking, when a creature was killed, then they would die, nothing unexpected would happen. Only in special cases would one, even after completely dying, still be alive in the end. This even the case when the soul was destroyed. This was precisely the issue of the 5 lives everyone discussed. For example, there were some who could live a second life. This was also because one of the 5 lives took over, from this able to recover one's youthful vigor, establish a completely new life. The 5 lives, together with the main life in total, meant that one actually had 6 lives, allowing one to live for 6 generations. That was why in the ancient times, there were also people who wanted to establish 6 Tao reincarnation, research this type of secret. This type of secret was undoubtedly extremely complicated, unimaginable. The path of 6 reincarnations, the one who walked at the very forefront was precisely the ancient monk bloodline's 6 Tao reincarnations immortal king. Right now, Hao saw the things that were happening in his body, gaining some insights, understanding the 5 lives from a different perspective. The 5 viscera opens 5 gates, each one connected to a life. He said quietly to himself. He witnessed some profound mysteries, but this didn't mean that he seized the 5 lives, but rather just that he witnessed some of the most simple and basic things. Of course, these were different from the past cultivation paths, which was why the degree of comprehension was also different. The reason why he could have today's accomplishments was greatly related to using the body as a seed, continuously opening the gates within his body. This was why he could witness some bizarre things. His primordial spirit was being nurtured in the 5 palaces within his 5 viscera, slowly recovering, protected within. In summary, his primordial spirit was currently divided into 5 parts, separately hidden in 5 indistinct palaces like 5 gods, consecrated there, cultivated there. After an unknown amount of time passed, Xiao's flesh finished its reconstruction, his primordial spirit slowly being restored. He released a light shout. The 5 primordial spirit parts rushed out from the palaces, gathering together again, forming a complete primordial spirit, and then entered his skull. At this time, he sensed that the reconstructed body was especially powerful, actually temporarily stopping the corrosion of the lake water. Xiao was shocked. His primordial spirit clearly returned to his skull, yet the 5 viscera's palaces still remained, moreover releasing waves of indistinct scripture sounds. What was this? He was extremely shocked. His primordial spirit was already no longer there. Who was it that was chanting the scriptures? The scripture sound was extremely indistinct, and also extremely distant, as if it came from the limits of the horizon, also as if rippling over from the great wasteland, extremely mysterious. Xiao carefully listened, but just couldn't understand it, not knowing what kind of scripture it was. Shua. Then, something even more strange happened. An indistinct figure appeared, carrying immortal energy, appearing in the 5 viscera. The 5 palaces were precisely on the 5 viscera, mysterious and astonishing. That indistinct figure didn't enter the 5 palaces, but rather sat down in the space between them. It didn't move at all, as if it was listening respectfully, as if gaining enlightenment there. Xiao immediately recognized that the blurry figure was precisely one of the creatures produced by his 3 great Tao flowers. It's him, the one who seems to be living in the past. Xiao was shocked. That creature had previously took a hit from the immortal killing guillotine for him, almost dying in the process, in the end wrapped around by a reincarnation imprint, binding its body, only then did it not scatter. After who knew how much time had passed, that figure disappeared with a flash, vanishing. Then, another figure walked over, sitting here, precisely the one bound by the strand of origin energy, the other creature produced by the great Tao flowers that bloomed above his head. This made Xiao suspicious. These 2 figures appeared one after another here. Were they here to listen to scriptures, or to do something else? He concentrated on studying this, feeling like everything he saw today was not only strange, they would also affect many, many things in the future. The 5 viscera palaces had great secrets, containing unimaginable power that was worth unearthing in the future. Now, he didn't have time to think too much anymore. He already sunk to the lake floor, sitting on a pile of bones, currently in a state of equilibrium. What a pity! Even though my primordial spirit is powerful, there is no way to cultivate it. If there was something comparable to the imperishable scripture for the flesh, then it would become incomparable. Xiao was regretful. However, he also knew that this wasn't realistic. How could all the greatest scriptures fall into his hands? Without a doubt, his flesh gradually withstood this trial. Apart from needing to carefully protect his primordial spirit, he could already move without much restraining fear. This time, his flesh exploded to pieces, and then the imperishable scripture displayed its power, reconstructing his flesh. This was the same as a rebirth. When can I establish a scripture of my own? He said to himself. He knew that this was still far off, unless he truly mastered many methods of the world. Anything he established himself wouldn't be that miraculous either. Xiao wasn't in a rush to get up, instead comprehending everything about himself here. He consolidated his flesh, reforged the body. He didn't seize the power here, instead purely relying on the power released by the gates within his body. Even though he was currently in a state of equilibrium with the reincarnation pool, he still felt misgivings. He wasn't like the golden lion who crazily absorbed the divine elixir within this lake. In Xiao's opinion, with so many bones in this lake, there were definitely many great worthy individuals who died here. This was a lake produced from their dissolved flesh, so he didn't dare rashly try to absorb it into his body. He didn't want to refine this type of power, he just felt like it was inappropriate. In his opinion, this was a burial pool. Refining this type of power was not only a type of disrespect for the ancient monks, it was also disrespect towards himself. Since I can open up my own gates of potential, release endless energy, reconstruct the imperishable body, then there is no need to absorb this type of corpse-burying divine liquid. Xianxia only treated this place as a place of self-tempering, not treating it as a medicinal furnace. In reality, this also perfectly matched the teachings of the ancient monks of the past. It was because not long ago the Golden Lion had said before that this place was called the Reincarnation Pool, also called Pool of Tempering. It had never been called a medicinal pool before. Pool of Tempering, is there only this type of self-sharpening? Now that I stuck it through, does this mean that I passed? Xianxia released a breath of relief, because he felt as if his vitality was flourishing, his body more powerful than ever before. Gotcha! Suddenly he felt a wave of shock. A noise sounded from the bottom of the lake, as if there was some type of creature trying to make its way out. This made his scalp turn numb. Then all types of bones rose. There was a golden skeleton that appeared, only lacking a head, other than that complete, different from the other withered skeletons. Golden light flashed. The golden skull that wanted to seize Xianxia's primordial spirit before it appeared, landing on the skeleton's neck on its own, recombining. Under Xianxia's shocked gaze, this golden skeleton actually moved, reaching out a bone arm, spreading its hand bones, striking towards Xianxia. And Xianxia was shocked. He actually suffered an attack. The other side's power was too great, moreover completely impossible to evade. That palm surrounded his entire body, possessing unmatched great Tao profound meaning. He actually couldn't avoid it. Pooh! Xianxia coughed out a large mouthful of blood, struck until his entire body cracked apart. That palm was completely merciless, making his body release explosion sounds, shaking endlessly. On the lakeshore, the group of creatures long couldn't sit still anymore, feeling like time had been dragged on for too long. Little lion, has your golden body still not finished its forging? A great cultivator asked impatiently. Soon. My unmatched golden body will be forged soon, the fearless lion said, filled with confidence, showing disdain towards the world under the sky. Then he spoke up and said, Seniors, however, please do not worry soon. I will head down and bring up the rotten wooden chest. Are you sure you can do it? Someone asked. I am. I feel like the golden body's remodeling is extraordinary. Soon, I will head down to the lake bottom to endure the ancient Buddha's 18 slaps trial and baptism. Further perfect my golden body. I'll then bring that rotten wooden chest back to the surface along the way. The golden lion replied. Huge issues. However, in the end, he found that there were no problems at all. The bone hand was only tempering his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit seemed to have shrunk a bit, but it became even purer, becoming more durable. In summary, its strength didn't decrease, but rather increased. Immediately afterwards, when the bone hand left his primordial spirit, after he recovered, it struck his body until it cracked apart, forcing out a great Tao flower, moreover making it blossom, reveal the little person within. That was the one who seemed to live in the past, the one who seemed to be endlessly far away from his own true body. On this little person's body was a reincarnation imprint. Ever since it took Xianxia's place, blocking the immortal killing guillotine, it was bound, unable to free itself all this time. Now this golden hand struck its body, triggering an astonishing change. Xianxia could vaguely hear a distant low roar, accompanied by scripture sounds. Moreover, there were large amounts of chaotic light and immortal energy that pervaded outwards. Pa! Another strike was released. That golden bone struck the little figure. The reincarnation imprint was actually knocked aside, falling off, in the end engraving itself on Xianxia's hand once more. He had 5 reincarnation imprints in total. In the beginning, they were all on his hand, and now the one that left also returned from the little figure to his palm. At the same time, Xianxia felt his body tremble, as if some fetters had been undone. His entire being felt much more carefree and comfortable. It was as if he had been imprisoned in a dark prison for a long time, now finally seeing sunlight again, even his body and mind feeling open and free. This left him greatly shaken. He could clearly feel his entire body becoming more and more nimble, resonating with the Tao even more than in the past, more suitable for cultivation. Right, now that a true shackle has been undone, only then can I really break into the self-severing realm without any worries. Hao finally understood. In the past, when he wanted to break through, there was always a subconscious resistance, feeling like he still had to sharpen himself. It was because there really were some flaws within himself, and now they were made up for. Afterwards, this golden skeleton struck out from time to time, tempering Hao's body and spirit repeatedly. It could be said that eventually, there were no flaws to be found, but the bone hand still didn't let him go, still striking him each time until he continuously coughed out blood. Hao counted. This golden skeleton struck him 18 times in total, and only then did it stop. Wu, it is about time for me to go. I have already completely forged the golden body. It is time to accept the ancient monk's 18 slaps baptism, be tempered to a perfect and flawless state. On the lake surface, the fearless lion opened its eyes. The golden lion felt incredibly powerful, never feeling this comfortable before. Never had he felt as free as right now, this type of bright and clean Tao heart. His constitution feeling as if it transcended the mortal level. Right now, it was calm and confident because it really did succeed, successfully forging a golden body. This meant that an unmatched war body was about to be produced. If nothing unexpected happened, after experiencing the Buddha 18 slaps, he could overlook all of his peers. You succeeded? An elder was moved. This young lion transformed right before their eyes. This really was a tremendous opportunity. I was fortunate to be able to. The fearless lion nodded, extremely calm and dazzling. Its entire body's golden fur flickered with radiance, brilliant and dazzling. A few youngsters' expressions were complex. They personally witnessed everything, seeing the fearless lion's entire transformation process. Perhaps it can now compete even against those from emperor clans. Someone commented, unless he can truly evolve to a perfect body, he still has no chance. The emperor clan young great one isn't that easily caught up to. There were some others who didn't believe this, retorting, are you going to head to the lake bottom next? Do you have confidence? A great cultivator asked. This was something they paid great attention to, because the rotten wooden chest was below. I have 60 to 70% chance confidence that I can pass the trial of 18 slaps, experience that baptism, the golden lion said. You don't have 100% certainty? An elder asked, revealing worry. It was because once the golden lion went down, it wasn't all smooth sailing. There was a chance that it wouldn't be able to come back up. This fearless lion's powerful talent was something they could all see. If it died like this, it really would be a pity. Even more importantly, who would be able to fetch the rotten wooden chest then? The ancient Buddha 18 slaps is a type of baptism, even more so a type of cruel test. There are some flaws that will be endlessly magnified. Just a light slap would be equivalent to a fatal blow. Normal people would have their body and spirit erased from a single slap, the fearless lion said. It only dared to head down precisely because the forging of the golden body succeeded. My golden body has already formed, so based on normal reasoning, the flaws are already negligible, but they will still be magnified. That is why I say there is 60 to 70% certainty. It explained a step further. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. The golden lion's transformation was something they could all see with their own eyes. Even his fur came off, replaced with a new layer, bones all reconstructed, the golden body also complete. This could already be considered transcending above, yet it still didn't have 100% certainty, possibly dying underneath. This was something that left all of them shaken. Ancient Buddha's 18 slaps, it would greatly magnify all faults. There was a chance of dying under a few strikes even if geniuses went down. At the bottom of the lake, Hao calmed down, experiencing an unprecedented comfortable state. His entire body was warm, as if he was near a great furnace. That skeleton already scattered, returning to the pile of withered bones. Hao no longer suffered attacks. The ancient Buddha 18 slaps ended. He felt like his body was now perfect without flaws. His imperishable body, in the current cultivation realm, couldn't be improved at all. This trip has been perfect. The gains tremendous, Xianxia said to himself. Rather than the rise in strength, Xianxia was more satisfied in the release of that creature on his great Tao flower. It even made his true body feel free, shackles undone, more suitable for cultivation. Could it be that lion came down to kill me? Xiao's eyes revealed brilliant light. Waves surged, a blurry figure dove down. Sure enough, it was the fearless lion. Its golden light was brilliant, as if a golden heavenly sun was descending. The fearless lion was extremely confident, feeling overjoyed inside. It was because it wanted to carry out an astonishing self-tempering. Once it made it through, it could overlook the world. At that time, it wouldn't fear anyone. I will definitely rise up. No one will be able to stop me. It was brimming with confidence. It's quite the pity that I wasn't able to personally kill Huang. His body will completely dissolve in this type of place, not even a bone remaining. Otherwise, it would have been nice to take his head. The golden lion felt a bit of regret. Its achievements were great, forging a powerful golden body. Yet in the end, the other party died before it was able to behead him. In its opinion, this really was a bit regretful. If Huang was still alive, if it was the one who defeated and beheaded him, then everything would be perfect. You could not grant me another glorious battle accomplishment. This really is a bit regretful. The golden lion shook its head. Xianxia revealed a strange expression as he watched that blurry figure approach. He didn't immediately take action, just standing there like that. Who? The golden lion was shocked. There was actually a living being on the withered bone piles, having flesh and blood. His face immediately changed. The main thing was that this lake was too extraordinary, even heavenly eyes losing effectiveness. This was a lake formed from the flesh and blood of ancient Buddhas, able to block all forms of prying. It's you? You are still alive. Immediately afterwards, the golden lion was shocked. It was because not far out, it saw how calm Xianxia was, leaving it in complete disbelief. Not long ago, it personally saw Xianxia break apart into pieces, fall to the lake bottom. It thought that Huang had long died, body and soul wiped out, unable to continue living. However now, a perfectly intact Huang was standing right at the bottom of the lake, leaving it in disbelief. Didn't you want to personally remove my head? I wanted to give you a chance, which is why I am waiting for you right here, Xianxia calmly said. However, this made the golden lion feel a chill. One had to understand that Xianxia's body was broken apart, yet now he was as good as before. Moreover, Huang remained at the bottom of the lake, enduring its pressure. This alone already explained many things. Huang withstood the lake water produced from the flesh and blood of monks, making it through. What did this signify? It might very well mean that this was a second immortal monk king, that an unmatched body was created. When immortal monk king was young, he had previously scattered his Buddhist nature, coming here to temper himself. He successfully made it through, in the end becoming exceptionally powerful. In all of history, there was only one example of this. Now another one has appeared. The fearless lion backed up. It was alarmed. Even though it was confident, it also clearly understood how dangerous this enemy was. It looked left and right, hoping to see the bottom of the lake, searching for something. Are you looking for that golden skeleton? It has already scattered. Did you want it to slap you? Create an unmatched golden body? Xianxia laughed. He didn't have a single good impression of this race. Back then, it betrayed the 9 heavens, guiding the foreign side's great army over to kill the people of this side. Their hands covered in blood. Their sins couldn't be forgiven. Moreover, not long ago, this golden lion even more so targeted him, almost forcing him to death. This was why Xianxia was fuming with anger, wishing to immediately kill it. You seized my natural luck? The golden lion was furious. When it heard the other party's words, it knew that Huang received the ancient monk's 18 slaps baptism. Within a set amount of time, there was no way this baptism could appear again. Huang seized it a step before it. Don't worry, Even if the golden skeleton has scattered, I still remember how the strikes are. Let me help you, Sure Hao said with a smile. He rushed up, slaughtering towards the fearless lion. Hong! This place immediately erupted, essence energy surging, divine force overflowing. What happened? The disturbance at the bottom of the lake seems to have gotten a bit big, as if there is a great battle. On the shore, a few people felt greatly shocked. It was because this lake was extremely special. Even if the disturbance was great, it would still remain calm, because that liquid was created from the essence blood and other parts of generations of ancient monks, able to suppress everything. However, now the lake was in chaos. There was definitely something going on within the lake. Could it be that the little lion encountered trouble, unable to endure the ancient Buddha's 18 slaps pressure? Someone said in suspicion. Hong Long. Waves surged, immortal mist spreading. A golden lion that was covered in blood rushed up. A great claw warped, its body having a terrifying bloody hole, blasted open by someone's fist. What happened to you? On shore, a few great cultivators were shocked. The golden lion was furious, struggling about, wishing to escape to the shore. However, a hand then grabbed its leg, dragging it back to the lake bottom. Everyone was alarmed. Why did another creature appear in the lake? Whose hand was that? Some of their scalps began to turn numb. Don't tell me it is Huang? Didn't he die, his flesh and blood turned to essence energy? Someone shouted. Hong! The golden lion rushed up again. This time even more miserable, body almost torn apart. It roared, producing great waves. Then, everyone saw a youngster appear on the surface. A hand grabbed the golden lion again, wishing to pull it back to the lake bottom. What? It really is Huang. Heavens! He is actually still alive. Don't tell me he is going to become a second immortal monk king. He really is Huang. The group of people erupted into commotion, not expecting Huang to be alive no matter what. Even after so much time had passed, he still hadn't been refined by the lake into divine liquid. This was outside everyone's predictions. From the information the fearless lion told them, this was the ancient monk bloodline's burial ground, where their bones were. The sparkling liquid was formed from their flesh, with no lack of immortal monk essence blood and divine force. It could be said that almost all things dissolved here. Only those who cultivated the monk bloodline scriptures and developed a Buddhist nature could survive here. Otherwise, they would all die. However, the end result wasn't like this. Huang lived. This was a miracle. There has only been a single person who has achieved this in history, which is the immortal monk king without his Buddhist nature. Could it be that Huang's talents are just that frightening? A few people's expressions changed. This was an extremely shocking piece of information. If it got passed out, it would definitely trigger huge waves, leave many great clans shocked. It was because this really was astonishing potential. Who was Immortal Monk King? This was an immortal king, one of the world's most powerful existences, on the level of Shuchuo and Anlin immeasurable. Huang actually had this type of aptitude, his accomplishments here actually equivalent to that monk king. From a certain standpoint, this already proved his inner qualifications. One had to know that this world never lacked geniuses. With each generation, the so-called heroic talents would always appear in large numbers. However, just how many of them could truly become undying kings? From past until now, this was a question that was difficult to reply to, one that left them feeling helpless. No one could say for sure what kind of genius could ultimately become an immortal king-level individual. Regardless of whether it was the ranked younger generation individuals or the older generation ranking, it couldn't be used as good reference for determining if one could become an immortal king. As generations went past, not even the number one of each era can necessarily achieve long life status, let alone be called a king. Geniuses emerged in large numbers. This wasn't just a saying. The foreign side was too vast, yet a great era might not even have one or two who could succeed the path of immortal kings. That really was too difficult. How powerful was the backing of an emperor clan? Their clans had unmatched existences to begin with, yet even with these types of experts, they still might not be able to produce a successor in their clan. This was a type of proof right there. Immortal kings weren't individuals that could be sought. Shuchuo, Anlin, among their descendants, there were some whose talents were world-shaking, but they just couldn't become immortal kings. Meanwhile, this ancient pool gave out some clues having great reference value. It was because the ancient monk bloodline had studied this extensively, saying that this pool could serve as a test of potential of sorts. There was a great senior monk who previously said that if anyone could make it through, in the future, they might become an immortal king. Later on, someone who cultivated a Xianxia golden body, a young monk who was known to be undefeated, had previously scattered all of his dense Buddhist nature as well, using this pool to refine his true body, in the end surviving. This became a living example because in the end, he became the only immortal monk king. The reincarnation pool made an accurate forecast, confirmation obtained, which was why there were some foreign individuals that couldn't sit still. This was related to too much. We have to kill him. We cannot allow him to grow up, an old Taoist said. He wore silver robes, imposing and powerful. This was a great cultivator who had just rushed here, his presence the most powerful. He seemed to be the most powerful individual here now. If it was before, it was one thing, but now that he rushed here, hearing everyone's discussions himself, learning that this was reincarnation pool, he immediately understood what kind of place this was. At first, many people didn't know, only knowing what they learned from the Golden Lion, and only then did they know a bit. However, this elder's identity was different, coming from an emperor clan. Even though he was only a relative, the bloodline a bit distant due to some special reasons, after cultivating for many years, his status was still there. He knew many secrets. After quickly speaking about them, it naturally left the group of people shocked. This has a high chance of foretelling that he will head down the path of immortal king in the future. This won't do, he has to be eliminated regardless of the cost. When the others heard this, their minds were naturally shaken. No one knew better than them how terrifying someone of that level was. There was simply no way to face them head-on. They had world-shaking matchless strength. One had to understand that back then, the other side didn't only have Anlin, Shuchuo, and the others. After the accumulation of several great eras, the unmatched existences were extremely terrifying. However, when facing the 9 heavens, the other side also had immortal kings, in the end dragging down a few extremely powerful ancestors down with them. This was the cruel reality. At that level, it really was too terrifying. If Hao became an immortal king, then that meant that he might be able to go all out and take down an ancient ancestor. This definitely couldn't be allowed. Something that was unbearably heavy. In the past, there were some people who already attached great importance to Huang, especially the younger generation, viewing him to be a great enemy, all of them wishing to get rid of him. However, the older generation didn't care that much because they had seen just too many geniuses. The great river of history was so long. If they cared, with outstanding individuals appearing generation after generation, there were just too many to even count. In the end, many of them were completely submerged by the masses. However, now it was completely different. When the silver-robed elder learned of the truth, that this was a place that made accurate predictions, everyone couldn't sit still anymore. This generation's sole extraordinary individual might very well become an immortal king? Kill him, another elder with a powerful aura shouted. This was an order for absolute death. Failure couldn't be tolerated. They had to kill Huang, couldn't allow him to continue living. Otherwise, there would be an unimaginable disaster in the future. Kill an undying king? What kind of joke was this? He couldn't be allowed to grow up at all. In a few people's eyes, the death of Huang was already comparable to obtaining the rotten wooden chest, perhaps even a bit greater. However, this place was too strange. They had all their skills for nothing, just unable to go down, no way of entering the reincarnation pool to kill Huang. This place was too extraordinary, refining all things. Regardless of how powerful your cultivation was, it was all meaningless. The terrifying power here would always be more powerful, completely suppressing you. Things don't look too good. Could it be that we can only watch, unable to do anything to him? You have to understand that that wooden chest is still in the water. Some people started to feel nervous. Hong! The lake water surged again. The golden lion roared, rushing out from the bottom of the lake again. However, Everyone saw that this was futile, a powerless struggle, unable to deal with Huang at all. Right now, the fearless lion really was too miserable, its entire body bloody, large amounts of its fur falling off, injuries numerous, even the bones could be seen in some areas. It really was terrifying. Pooh! A pair of sparkling hands appeared, perfect and flawless, reaching out from the water depths, directly tearing the golden lion's body apart, almost ripping it into two. "Ho!" The fearless lion roared out, entire body shining. A vague chanting sound was released, Buddhist light shining, mending his terrifying injuries. The splitting body was repaired, not torn in half. However, this was a supposed remedy that only made things worse, this already happening several times. If not for it struggling again and again, igniting its essence to repair its body, it would have long been torn to pieces. This made the expressions of all those ashore change, especially the younger generation. Their faces becoming incomparably pale, expressions panicked. What kind of person was the golden lion? It was a well-known figure among the younger generation to begin with. Apart from emperor clans, who else could suppress it? Yet now it fell to this type of state. It was just too miserable. This was especially true when it had just obtained great natural luck, forging the ancient monk bloodline golden body before everyone's eyes. This was a magical body that had glorious battle accomplishments. In a few people's perspective, if this lion was smoothly baptized at the lake bottom, the golden body perfect and flawless, then it had the qualifications to overlook the younger generation. Many people believed that at that time it could challenge the emperor clans. However, in the end, it was still in such a miserable condition, almost about to be torn apart by someone, all of its bones ready to be pulled out. Just how pitiful of a thing was this? It had just reached the peak, yet it was directly trampled to the ground by another. Right now, quite a few people sympathized with the fearless lion. It really was too unfortunate. After just forging the golden body, it ended up encountering a freak like Huang. This was originally a time to be celebrating, about to reach the peak, overlook the world below the mountaintop, yet it was now beaten silly by a freak. The current golden lion was naturally in incredible grief and indignation. It was only a step away, about to have its flaws removed, achieve a perfect, unmatched golden body. Yet along the way, someone who should have died slaughtered his way over, seized its opportunity, taking on the 18 slaps before him. Its ambitions were great, originally already rising to the peak of its life, about to roar into the heavens, fulfill its desires. Yet in the end, it was knocked straight down to the foot of the mountain by a kick. It was just that ruthless, making it feel as if it fell straight from heaven to hell. There was nothing more miserable, more depressing than this. One had to know that not long ago, when Huang was weak, it had taken action, almost killing the other party, yet now the situation was completely flipped. "Ah, I can't accept this." The golden lion roared, going crazy from hatred, already mad. "So what if you can't accept it? Back then, when your clan defected, killing countless creatures from the 9 heavens, the debts of blood crying out for retribution, you should have long thought that there might be today's result." Xianxia said. "Let me think. Should I steam or roast you?" Xianxia said to himself, completely ignoring those creatures ashore, leaving them furious, yet completely powerless. A chill ran through the fearless lion's scalp. This Huang was too savage, actually wishing to eat it? It was a bit scared. For a creature of its status, it was second only to emperor clans, exceeding many king clans. If it was treated as food, then that really was a joke. "You?" The fearless lion was shocked and angry, at the same time a bit frightened. Being eaten was a result that was even harder to accept than death. "Kacha!" A bone-fracturing sound rang out. The golden lion felt an intense pain from its tail, the entire brilliant golden lion tail already broken, smashed by Xianxia, leaving it ashamed and furious. This really was a great humiliation. It was too shameful. The other party was simply a monster. Right now, it couldn't contend against him at all, not his opponent at all. Just now, it attacked frantically underwater, doing everything it could to take action, putting on a life-and-death struggle. But Huang's flesh was sturdy and unbreaking. Couldn't do anything to him. For the fearless lion who had just forged its powerful golden body, this was a great mental blow. Its greatest natural luck and gain in the reincarnation pool was a refining of the body, a rebirth, carrying out an ultimate evolution. However, after it had just obtained results, becoming the most powerful it had ever been, it lost, moreover extremely miserably, completely defeated. Put on. Water splashed out. Xianxia appeared on the surface, carrying the massive golden lion while facing everyone. This scene was extremely domineering. His eyes were like cold lightning, holding this lion who had terrorized the foreign younger generation like holding a dead dog, completely treating it as an ingredient. This made the faces of the youngsters turn completely snow-white. Huang's strength became another chunk stronger, long exceeding what they could deal with, only the attacks of older generation figures enough against him. Xianxia now completely appeared on the surface. After cultivating an imperishable body here, he became much more carefree. He swept his eyes over everyone. Huang, do you know what kind of end you will experience? An elder shouted, glaring at the young male in the lake. Old shameless thing, you better not threaten me. Xianxia directly threw strong words back, extremely forceful. Until now, he had been pursued by the foreign great army the entire time. Was there anything worse than this? They had long reached a point where they wouldn't stop until one side died. What path of retreat was there to speak of? He didn't care what the other party's attitude was at all. Now that he cultivated an undefeatable body here, this was the first time he faced everyone calmly. Even if he was surrounded by everyone, he was still full of confidence. He was assessing the current situation. You are courting death. Definitely won't survive. Someone shouted. Wait! The silver-robed elder raised his hand, not letting the others act too irritably. He revealed a faint smile, looking towards Xianxia and saying, your talents and accomplishments are things everyone can see. It really is something one cannot help but admire. Xianxia looked at him calmly, remaining unmoved. Youngster, being buried in Imperial Pass is too much of a pity. You will never have any fate with immortal Tao. You have to understand that the environment there is extremely vile. It doesn't allow for the achieving of immortality at all. The silver-robed elder said, what do you want to say? You should just directly say what you want to say. A hint of mockery appeared on the corners of Xianxia's lips. With your talents in the 9 heavens, it will undoubtedly be like pearls before swine. If you are willing to defect to my side, your life will be filled with endless brilliance, leaving behind an undying name in history. The silver-robed elder actually spoke like this. You're overthinking things. Xianxia only had this ice-cold response. How could he possibly defect like the fearless lion bloodline? Only by being able to see the world through the viewpoint of the greater situation can it be considered true wisdom. The intelligent will always seek fortune and avoid calamity. In the future, Imperial Pass is doomed to fall. All those who resist will die. You should understand what kind of situation that is, the silver-robed elder said. He gave Xianxia a look, and then continued, if you join my side, making a great Tao blood oath, your future accomplishments will be limitless. One day you will become a king, become an ancestor. Moreover, we can clearly promise you that even if your current strength isn't enough to intimidate all, as long as you are willing to come over, we will immediately allow you to establish a powerful clan. A great clan that belongs to you alone. It will exceed normal king races. One that does not need to bow before emperor clans. Everyone was shocked because everyone understood well just how shocking the conditions this elder raised were. What cultivation realm was Huang at right now? Yet they still offered this level of status. In history past, only the Gu clan, Blood Phoenix, and other specific clans could be like this, not bowing before emperor clans having similar statuses. Now, just a single youth who was 20-something years old was given such a high position. This exceeded their imaginations. Who do you all think you are? Think you all are Shuchuo, Anlin? What qualifications do you have to grant such titles? Xianxia mocked. He didn't treat this as a big deal at all. The silver-robed elder, in the beginning, was dead set on eliminating Xianxia, but now he had this attitude, leaving the others shocked. He was incredibly serious, saying, you can question us, however. I am saying that this is all true. I have ways of proving this. because I come from an emperor clan. Even though the bloodline has become weak, it is still enough to request an ancient ancestor decree. When the people here heard this, they were all shocked. He wasn't just all talk, but really meant it? I have heard that the emperor clan's bloodlines are domineering, numbers extremely few, difficult to produce descendants. However, no matter what race they marry with, if there is a descendant, in the end, their own clan's bloodline would always be inherited. Why is your blood thin? Xianxia asked, rather curious. He completely overlooked the main point, more interested in this issue. It was because back then, he had also fought against someone from a branch family with thinner blood. This didn't match the bloodline theory that he later learned. The elder's face went from green to red, extremely ugly. Youngster, I can take this as you ridiculing me. I am inviting you to my side with sincerity, yet you didn't feel grateful, unable to tell what's good or bad. Moreover, if you wanted to, I could have immediately went to fetch an Emperor clan magical decree, grant you a top-level great clan, one that doesn't need to bow down before Emperor clans. There's no need. I have no interest at all. Do you think everyone is like the fearless lion bloodline? Their knees that weak, having no courage? If you all want me to bow my head, that's impossible. When we meet in the future battlefield, I will definitely cut down your ancient ancestors one by one, Xianxia said resolutely, his voice resounding and powerful, extremely ear-splitting. This left everyone stupefied. This youngster really was too crazy. He was just one person, not even achieving long life, yet he already wants to kill Anlin and the others? He really overestimated his capabilities. Xianxia didn't pay everyone any attention, instead lowering his head towards the golden lion, trying to figure out what to do with it. He said to himself, "Simmer-fried lion head? This really isn't just a name, but really the dish. Pan-fried lion ribs, cooked to 70% done. The taste shouldn't be too bad." The fearless lion was immediately humiliated. This was just too shameful. A strand of cold light flickered past the depths of its pupils. The bow was drawn but not released. It was gathering power, preparing to release a fatal blow. It was because it had long reached the consummate level of the Void Dao realm, able to break into the self-severing realm. However, for the sake of completing the golden body, it had always been suppressing itself, wishing to wait until after experiencing the ancient Buddha 18 slaps baptism before truly rising to a higher cultivation realm. It wanted to solidify its Dao foundation, become even stronger. Now that it was forced to this step, how could it be bothered with this much? Hong! The golden lion suddenly erupted, overflowing with ferocity, power intimidating, golden fur all standing on end, shocking even some great cultivators. This was a rare fighting ability in the self-severing realm, exceeding other races. You were enduring all stupid and cowardly for so long just to erupt at this moment? What was completely unexpected was that Xianxia was still so easygoing, not minding this at all. At this moment he only raised his palm. It was sparkling like jade, releasing faint golden radiance. The palm hacked down, and then the powerful aura the fearless lion produced was directly scattered by him. Just a single palm, and the golden lion that temporarily broke through into the self-severing realm was beaten back to its original form. It coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, body covered in cracks, almost exploding. "You?" The fearless lion was shocked and fearful. This Huang was too strong, strength terrifyingly high. It really already did everything it could, forced to the point where it didn't even hesitate to rise to a higher cultivation realm and launch a surprise attack. Yet it still wasn't enough, the forcefully gathered terrifying power still scattered. Everyone ashore was alarmed, especially the younger generation, long lacking words. They couldn't even mock or ridicule Xianxia, because they didn't have the face to. "I will give you a chance. Let you try again," Xianxia calmly said. "You?" The fearless lion was ashamed and furious. It truly never thought that there would be this much of a freak in the same generation, suppressing him to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. "Oh!" A roar sounded, representing its rage. Golden fur moved, golden radiance surging, shaking the heavens. It was forcefully breaking through, temporarily entering the self-severing realm again, wishing to attack Shihao. However, when it felt like it was incomparably powerful, able to easily tear Shihao apart, in the end, it suffered another serious strike, its powerful might scattered by a single palm from Shihao, falling straight back into the abyss. The enemy gave it a chance, letting it rise to the peak, but it still wasn't his match. This really left it feeling dispirited, feeling terrified. Just how terrifying of a monster was this? He was actually powerful to this step, looking at an ancient unmatched clan like an ordinary creature, not attaching much importance to it at all. Sigh! Shihao released a light sigh. When he saw the golden lion, he recalled an old friend, that sworn brother when he was young, precisely the nine-headed golden lion in the lower realm. Back then, he was still young, doing many absurd things that made one feel laughter and sadness. He left when he was still young. Just how many years has it been since he left the lower realm? Right now, he really wanted to go back. Missing Stone Village, missing his old friends. I won't roast you, nor will I steam you, Shihao said. It wasn't mercy, but rather because he had other plans. He wanted to use it to complete the nine-headed golden lion. Then, he looked at everyone ashore and said, "We've already wasted quite a bit of time. Let's settle things as well. With just you alone, yet you still dare boast shamelessly?" Someone spoke, so angered he laughed, furious from these words. It seems like quite a few people have come. 70% of the great cultivators who were chasing after me have gathered here. If I get rid of all of you at once, it can also be considered a joyous occasion, Shihao said. Unbridled. The silver-robed elder's face fell. Since persuasion didn't work, then there was no point in keeping up any more face. He no longer tried to do useless things. Unbridled? Unbridled my ass. Shihao berated back without any trace of politeness. You are just a little bastard who still stinks of breast milk. Even though your talent isn't bad, you are still a bit too immature, yet you still dare boast shamelessly? If it wasn't for you hiding in the reincarnation pool, I would have killed you a long time ago, someone said coldly, carrying a look of contempt. There are many spirits lingering about the Yellow Springs. Everyone, I hope your trip goes smoothly, Shihao said in an unhurried manner, actually sending them off here. Not good, hurry and retreat. The silver-robed elder and the others sensed something, their faces immediately falling ashen, all of them scared. They roared out, fleeing towards the distance. A few people guessed at what Shihao wanted to do. They never expected him to actually be this crazy. Every strand of hair standing on end, all of them shivering from deep within their bones. Run. Don't turn around. Just run as far away as you can, someone screamed. It wasn't only to remind the people on the stone mountain, it was even more a type of reminder for the cultivators hiding in the distance. However, would they have enough time? Some people began to panic. Shihao raised his head, actually looking in that ancient beast's direction. He stared straight at it, revealing a strange divine radiance. He was staring at that ancient true dragon. On the stone mountain on the other side, there was also a stele. On it carved the words number 2 under heaven. A thick chain coiled around it, leading into the sky. It locked up an ancient beast. Its outer appearance was like an ancient crocodile. On its back a pair of divine wings, dragon horns on its head. Its entire body was covered in silver scales. A soul-trembling aura released from its body. If one stared at it, one would feel as if their souls were breaking apart. This was a past matchless ancient beast, no one daring to look directly at it, only able to give it a hurried glance before quickly turning around. Otherwise, they would incur a great disaster onto themselves. Yet now, Shihao opened his mouth, actually about to roar here, preparing to use a sound heavenly art to rouse awake this ancient beast. This was too crazy, exceeding everyone's expectations. It was because even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't choose to do this. He would die without a complete corpse. Just the revival of this ancient beast would cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in. There were no creatures who could survive unscathed under this type of fluctuation, most of them likely exploding to pieces. The self-release realm great cultivators were horrified even when it was asleep, not daring to face it, let alone when it woke up. Huang is a lunatic. He has already gone mad. Does he not want to live anymore? It's not like he is in a desperate situation. Why does he want to take us all down with him? Someone berated, feeling fear and unwillingness. This was especially the case for the silver-robed elder. He was already careful enough, previously not ascending the stone mountain, only coming up after confirming that Xianxia fell to the bottom of the lake. However, in the end, he still ended up getting duped. In reality, there was a large group who remained careful. Previously, they all stayed far away from this mountain forest region. It was all because at the crucial moment, news transmitted from the mountaintop that the golden lion grasped everything. Huang was already dead, corpse sinking to the bottom of the lake that they hurried here. Oh! Xianxia immediately released a roar, activating terrifying sound waves to batter the mountains ahead. He didn't truly directly attack, but this was definitely disturbing the ancient beast's slumber. Huang, don't do this. Otherwise, you will die too. Some people's faces were pale like snow, shouting out loudly, trying to dissuade him from doing this. It was because persuading Huang was the same as saving themselves. However, how could he stop now? Blood energy rushed into the heavens, his thick long black hair dancing about, eyes cold. He released a great roar into the world, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone felt despair. They couldn't stop him at all. Hateful. The fearless lion. You mislead us. Damn it all. There were some who were furious, full of resentment towards the golden lion, incredibly upset. It was because in their eyes, the golden lion was too arrogant, thinking that it grasped everything, already ended Huang's life. This was the same as misleading the latter group into ascending the mountain as well. For those elders who value their lives greatly, always acting carefully, this was the same as being deceived. They were directly led to a path of no return. Sure how sound waves even carried lightning, operating the lightning emperor's symbols, using world-shocking thunder to disrupt heaven and earth order, releasing a great exploding sound. One could see that in the sky, blazing electricity connected streak after streak, falling down, every strand astonishingly thick, the sounds deafening. This wave of fluctuation was too intense, the noise also too great. It didn't erupt near Xianxia, but rather from the number 2 under heaven monument. At the same time, he used great divine abilities, interfering with the vital energy there, making the mountains tremble, as if they were going to collapse. That steel shook and rumbled with noise, but there was no way it would fall. It released strange, mysterious symbols. The metal chains wrapped around its surface releasing walala noises, the sounds resounding and ear-splitting. The creatures who were fleeing were terrified to the point where their souls trembled, fine hairs all standing on end. They were now completely in despair. This type of situation was already completely impossible to escape from. The chains swayed, situation of disaster impossible to break through. Everything could only head towards a bitter end. Ah! I don't want to die here. The group of youngsters had long become frightened, couldn't help but scream in fear. This is too hateful. A few great cultivators also powerlessly lamented. It was because they already saw that the ancient beast was disturbed, that it was reviving. In that place, chaotic energy spread. The ancient beast moved its body, its form massive, covering heaven and earth. The thick eyelid was like a wall, right now gradually moving. In that instant, an unmatched aura engulfed the heavens above and earth below, freezing everyone's souls, severing their connection with their bodies. This was just the beginning of the revival, yet quite a few experts couldn't hold on anymore. A few young experts cried out miserably, their bodies breaking to pieces, crushed by a matchless domineering force. Pooh! One of them coughed out blood, chunks of internal organs flying out. His body immediately exploded under the pressure. Oh! There was another person whose frontal bone exploded, the space between his brows dripping with blood. When the primordial spirit struggled out, it directly turned into large amounts of multicolored light, scattering in midair like a rain of light. This was a situation of absolute despair. There was no way of resisting it. Run! A few great figures roared. It was because if the beginning was already like this, How terrifying would it become when the ancient beast opened its eyes? Only they also understood that there was likely not a single chance of living left today. With the awakening of this beast, the aura would instantly travel an endless amount of distance away, no distance unreachable. Meanwhile, in this place they didn't have any way of ripping apart the heavens, unable to travel through, because the most powerful natural laws were protecting this place. The void gates could not be broken through. Golden Lion, you've deceived us. In the end, there were great cultivators who cried out unwillingly. This was a type of extremely complicated resentful will. The original opponent was Huang, that hateful youngster, but now, in some people's eyes, the one who caused all of this was actually the Golden Lion. Many people acted carefully before not ascending the mountain. It was only because the lion oversaw that place, claiming to be in control over everything, already forcing Huang to death, that they came. Who can be blamed? We can only blame ourselves. Huang is mad. Of course, most of them gritted their teeth, hating sure how bitterly, wishing to skin him alive. He actually cared this little about his own life. He didn't go crazy. He has a way to continue living. At this time, someone suddenly said, "These people returned the way they came from, resisting the great pressure." There was a chance of dying at any time. The silver-robed elder was included among them. This was a group of powerful individuals, the leaders of this expedition, all of their strength astonishing, not a single one of them lower than the mid-stage of self-release realm. Hong. In the surroundings, the void split apart. Black spatial gates took form one after another, but they were even more so like black heavenly blades, towering between heaven and earth. It was because that true dragon was reviving. The great cultivators couldn't open up spatial gates, but this ancient true dragon was an absolutely tyrannical existence, able to easily do so. This wasn't a deliberate action, but rather the result of strands of aura released after it revived, already enough to crush heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if there wasn't much that could stop it. This world, this great universe couldn't hold its true body. Pooh! This type of black energy fluctuation was too intense. In that instant, 90% of the young cultivators were wiped out. They exploded, bodies and souls extinguished, nothing left behind. Only some young cultivators who were at the limits of the horizon, always staying far away, were able to immediately escape, which was why they were fortunate enough to survive. However, they still received heavy injuries. As for the older generation figures, some of the ones who were closer also died. Ancient domineering matchless dragon race senior. Please take action. Kill this group of vicious individuals. This was Hao's final roar. He then dragged the golden lion back to the bottom of the lake with him. It was because he knew those people's conclusions even without seeing it himself. Of course, sinking to the bottom of the lake was also for the sake of survival. If he was even a moment too late, he would still die, definitely be crushed into nothing by the pressure, body and soul disappearing. The golden lion's face carried a regretful expression. Its body was rigid, golden pupils full of shock and fear. It was now completely rigid, dragged like a piece of dead wood. It never would have expected this type of conclusion. Those who participated were destined to be completely wiped out, not a single one of them surviving. In its eyes, Huang really was too vicious. Moreover, it really had to blame itself. If not for it being overly confident, believing Huang to have died and sunk to the lake bottom, why would the later group of individuals have ascended the mountain, get close? From a certain perspective, it was the one murderer harming that group of great cultivators to death. Huang, I am going to stake it all against you. The golden lion roared furiously, wishing to taking Hao down with it. You want to die? It won't be that easily. Just stay off to the side for now. Hao didn't care much at all. A palm descended, breaking all of the bones in its body. Even someone as powerful as the golden lion actually couldn't do anything, the difference extremely great. What do you want to do? The golden lion's golden pupils revealed cold radiance. Use you as a mount, then in the future, ride you on the battlefield to fight against the foreign side. Hao said ruthlessly. This wasn't mercy, nor was it because he really wanted to take it as a mount, but rather that he wanted to enslave it. he was gonna leave it alive to use it, intimidate the other side like this. It was because everyone knew that the Golden Lion bloodline was originally a creature from the 9 heavens 10 earths, later on defecting, inviting a great army inside, attacking their own side's people instead. Now, sure, Hao's treatment was punishing an individual as an example to others. If others saw him ride it onto the battlefield, take it as a mount, the effects would be tremendous, displaying great intimidation, producing an uproar. Put on. Put on. Inside the lake, water-dripping sounds rang out again and again. Waves splashed out, several dozen individuals threw themselves in. It was precisely the most powerful group of great cultivators. At the most crucial moment, they turned around, running back here, jumping into the lake while disregarding everything, wishing to use this to escape disaster. Heh, they came. A group of dumplings came into the pot. It is time for me to harvest them. Sure, Hao laughed. Only his smile was a bit cold. Moreover, outside, heaven and earth lost color. Already about to collapse. Everything about to change. Dumplings? The Golden Lion heard it perfectly clearly. Even though it was seriously injured, suffering severe injuries, it was still extremely sensitive. It began to shiver all over. It understood clearly that the great cultivators who fell into the lake might be in even more grief, actually treated as a pile of dumplings. In the outside world, the world was in chaos. The black cracks were concentrated like thousands to over tens of thousands of black heavenly blades, erasing all creatures from this world, none of them able to escape. Right when this group of great cultivators threw themselves into the reincarnation pool, the world collapsed, mountains and rivers losing color. Heaven and earth immediately capsized, everything becoming different. That terrifying, powerful individual whose might left all shaken during the true dragon's competition for supremacy now revived. The iron chains were releasing noise, shaking up the entire heavenly beast mountain forest. In the mountains, creatures were wiped out. As its eyelid moved, all those who didn't throw themselves into the lake, all the cultivators who were currently running for their lives exploded to pieces. As for further out, the group of people who escaped first, their bodies also split open, their injuries serious to the point of almost dying. In the mountains, the ancient beast's aura was too terrifying. It was too powerful, nothing it couldn't destroy. There was no way to withstand it at all. The creatures who were thrown into the lake were quite daring, their strength outstanding. However, their ends were still destined to be extremely miserable. Meanwhile, the group of people who ran the furthest were also the seniors with the most profound cultivation levels, their natures comparatively more reserved. These two groups of people were both great cultivators, the most powerful individuals among the pursuers. Right now, the cultivators sandwiched between the two groups were the most miserable. Their strength weren't high or low, in the most danger. All of their faces were pale, cracks covering their bodies. Voila! In the mountains, the metal chain clanking sounds rang out extremely far into the distance, intimidating one down to their soul, making them even more fearful. It was because right now, the sounds of metal chains moving about were like the cries of hell, inviting them to leave this world. Every one of them trembled endlessly. This wasn't an intimidation, but rather really wishing to take their lives. Hong! A heaven-shocking noise was released. Everyone understood that the dragon completely revived. The last trace of hope in their minds was now completely shattered. On the mountain, the chains were perfectly taut. The ancient beast with a rusted immortal spear penetrating its skull opened its eyes. In that instant, primal chaos submerged heaven and earth. Immortal Tao radiance engulfing the heavens above and earth below. This type of power was too great. It was just a normal revival. Yet it already made the other creatures of this world unable to hold on. All of them about to explode. This was completely different from when they encountered it while asleep. The aura that was naturally released from it was too berserk, simply about to erase the world. The ones who produced the most direct reaction were the numerous cultivators who escaped into Heavenly Beast Forest. Right now, they exploded one after another, blood splashing into the heavens. Ah no! These were the cries of the experts, roaring angrily, carrying unwillingness. However, this was all they could do, as they broke apart immediately afterwards. Those who were fortunate enough to survive earlier, The youngsters who didn't die now couldn't even release a cry, breaking apart inch by inch just like that, turning into a bloody paste, and then vanishing like smoke into thin air. The younger individuals were completely wiped out. This wasn't of the same magnitude of power at all. The ancient beasts revived, the aura naturally swirling around them, already crushing heaven and earth, destroying large numbers of cultivators. "No, give me a chance," someone shouted, his face distorting, powerlessly reaching out an arm, wishing to grab outwards. However, a wave of aura rushed over, and then he was destroyed inch by inch, disintegrating into blood. How could it be this strong? I already rushed out of that region. The heavens itself is wishing for my death. A great cultivator roared because it truly was unwilling. Its escape techniques were extremely powerful. After escaping that region, it rushed into the distant ancient forest depths. But it was still penetrated by a streak of light, crushing his bones and blasting apart his flesh, splattering everywhere. This was a streak of light released after the ancient beast opened its eyes. It was just a normal gaze, yet it actually carried primitive battle intent, which was why he was killed. Without a doubt, the ancient beast experienced an unimaginably terrifying great battle back then. Locked here. Even after sleeping for endless years, it still carried the killing intent from back then. This was why, when its eyes opened, the great cultivator who fled the furthest immediately died. This was a tragic result. As the ancient beast revived, all of the fleeing cultivators were utterly terrified, feeling as if there was no hope. Hong! An aura surged, accompanied by chaotic energy. It spread for who knew how many tens of thousands of li, engulfing all directions, swaying the stellar streams. Everything in the mortal world looked just that insignificant. Pu. Between the reincarnation pool and the great cultivators who fled into the distance, the lives of other individuals left in a strange situation were destined to fade. Their eyes froze in that instant, many of them swept through by those waves. In that terrifying scene, they broke apart one after another, their primordial spirits exploding. One could see that a large amount of bloody rain descended from above the mountain forest, dyeing the heavens red. It was clear that the cultivators who came to this region were far greater in number than what Xianxia imagined. At this time, the casualty count was equivalent to a merciless demonic voice taking inventory. In that instant, as the ancient creature's eyes opened, it was unknown for just how many tens of thousands of li of cultivators exploded to bits and pieces, bodies and spirits erased. There wasn't a bit of suspense. Blood-dyed heavenly beast forest. The bloody traces of powerful creatures were everywhere in this region. A rain of blood poured down, the mountain region becoming completely scarlet red. Previously, no one expected such a cruel result. An ancient beast revived, leading to the deaths of numerous outstanding heroes, all of them exploding one after another. Just how terrifying of a result was this? Now, even the cultivators who escaped the furthest were frightened until they were trembling. They were seriously injured, in critical condition, clearly unable to hold on much longer. This was an extremely powerful group of cultivators, all of them in the self-release realm. The reason why they were able to run far enough away was 1, because they didn't climb the mountain still far enough away, and 2, because their own cultivations really were extraordinary. Despite this being the case, even after traveling who knew how many tens of thousands of li, they still couldn't release a breath of relief. There was still an endless pressure weighing down on them. Their bodies were cracking, blood pouring out. Their skulls were even more so, slowly breaking apart. Primordial spirits, as if hacked by heavenly blades, cut into several parts, about to fall apart. No! Eventually, the group of people who escaped the furthest, the most powerful group of individuals, released a great roar, their lives about to end. Pooh! That instant still came. There were people who exploded. The mountains and rivers trembled, flesh and blood flying everywhere. A rain of blood contaminating this region created a ruined scene below. Hong! There were some great rivers that evaporated. Wanglong! There were some mountain ranges that turned to ashes. When the sky-covering essence blood fell, this place became a demonic earth, many regions destroyed. It was because this group of cultivators were too powerful, their essence blood containing unimaginable power. However, even a group of people this powerful was still killed, falling one after another, all because that ancient beast woke up. The fluctuations it released were enough to wipe out this group of great cultivators. Soon afterwards, the so-called essence blood burned, turning into essence energy, disappearing into thin air. It was extremely terrifying. These great cultivators didn't leave anything behind after their deaths, truly disappearing like scattered ashes, dispersed smoke. This type of miserable scene left every person deeply shaken. Only a few individuals at the self-release realm managed to escape to the outer regions, escaping from disaster. They felt a wave of powerlessness. When faced with this type of cultivator, forget about resisting. It was completely impossible to even imagine how powerful it was. As if they were merely ants gazing at the heavenly sun. They were like insects facing an azure drake. The difference between the two sides like a heavenly moat. That ancient beast didn't take action. Just the fluctuations it released were already like this, so if it fought, then what kind of scene would it be like? With the cultivation realms of those who entered Heavenly Beast Forest, they couldn't imagine just how magnificent this ancient beast's power was when it fought decisively in the past. Pooh! Pooh! The group that ran the furthest away, the great cultivators who barely escaped with their lives, also began to explode one after another. Even the few top-level individuals who survived lost a lot of blood, falling one after the other. In the end, only one or two were left. I am unwilling. How could it be like this? The ones who were left were covered in cracks, roaring out there. At the same time, in Heavenly Beast Forest surroundings, in even further mountain ranges, long roars sounded. There were extraordinary figures who came as reinforcements. What happened? Why are there these types of warnings? In the mountain range, someone asked. It was because the experts at the border of Heavenly Beast Forest saw the bloody light that surged in the skies one after another, warnings released through sacrificing one's own life. Of course, there were only a few who succeeded, the others long exploding, unable to accomplish this type of thing. There is an ancient beast that revived, and we have pretty much all been wiped out. The last few individuals who escaped roared, tears of blood streaming down their faces. Do not worry, we have come. They actually dared to approach this place. We ask for the Undying's blood. Undo the seal. Write an unmatched law decree. There were some people who shouted in the distant mountain range, undoing a seal. They transferred resplendent blood from within a mysterious ancient container into a shining magical decree. Blinding light immediately surged here, tearing apart the sky dome. Oh! Then, in the depths of Heavenly Beast Forest, a great roar sounded. Immediately afterwards, nothing existed any longer, heaven and earth collapsing. The so-called unmatched magical decree immediately collapsed. The so-called undying blood quickly burned, the void even turning a dark red color, heaven and earth all contaminated by blood. Hong Long. The heavens fell and earth collapsed here, all life withered away, the mountains and rivers all collapsing. As for the last few people who escaped, as well as the powerful cultivators who were confident they could provide aid, they all broke apart, becoming bloody mist, and then became scattered ashes. The power of a single roar from the ancient beast cleared the forest, collapsed the heavenly dome. At the same time, great stars could be seen falling one after another, and then exploding apart. Primal chaos surged, submerging this mountain range, covering this part of Heavenly Beast Forest. This was unmatched divine might. Under this roar, it was as if the world was being purged, everything fading from existence. Under a single roar, heaven and earth capsized, the world collapsed. This ancient beast revived, releasing a beast roar. It was different from the past. This time, the sound wave really was too terrifying, completely purging Heavenly Beast Forest. The area in front of the mountain looked like it had been plowed. Moreover, this wasn't just a normal type of ravine, but rather a complete destruction of the mountain region. The Heavenly Beast Forest in front stretched for who knew how many tens of thousands of li, but it was completely obliterated. The plant life withered, turned into ashes. Tens of thousands of zhang tall mountains became sand. After the wave passed, they were swept away just like smoke. The originally luxuriant ancient forest was now a desolate land, the rich greenery no longer existing. The 100,000 great mountains all collapsed, not a single one remaining, the surface completely bare. If anyone came here and saw this scene, they wouldn't think that ancient trees previously towered into the heavens, this land lush with greenery, that it was a boundless ancient forest. On the ground, great cracks extended one after another, pitch black and incomparably thick, their width of all varying sizes, some reaching several dozen zhang. They were everywhere, terrifying beyond compare. This was the case for millions of li. This place, which used to be known as a boundless ancient forest, in this direction, was completely destroyed. Over half of the ancient land became ruined earth. This wasn't the most terrifying part. Wherever the sound waves passed, in that direction, the earth caved in, becoming depressions, rift valleys. One could clearly see a scarlet-red expanse. Magma surged, in the end filling those deep valleys and earth pits, becoming red seas. A sea of lava appeared, incomparably blazing hot, changing heavenly beast forest greatly. It was now entirely different, impossible to recognize from its past. Moreover, in the sky there were stars that fell. They fell into the red magma, stirring up heaven overflowing waves that reached into the skies. This type of scene was completely like the end of the world. All life ended, vitality in this world cut short. Moreover, as primal chaos mist-spread, surrounding this region, when the stars fell, stirring up heaven reaching red light, it began to appear a bit hazy and indistinct. This made things seem even more terrifying. What happened? Outside heavenly beast forest, cries of alarm sounded. There was a great army overlooking this region. They could sense intense energy fluctuations, and then they saw falling stars move through the sky. The mountain forest ahead was filled with a blazing red light. This is like the end of the world. Was this done by that legendary ancient beast? A cultivator at the consummate level of self-release realm stood on a large boulder, watching this scene with shock. There was still more than 10,000 li of forest left that didn't become scorched earth, could be said to be a final isolated zone left behind. However, they could sense that beast roar. It was just too alarming, making their souls unsteady. Many people's cultivations almost dropped a great realm. If not for heavenly beast forest having an ancient immortal formation protecting it, supporting this forest, perhaps even we would be in danger, someone said. The final area of isolation was precisely the area where that ancient great formation was sturdiest. If this area collapsed, then the vast outside world would most likely suffer a great disaster. On the peak of the Stone Mountain Reincarnation pool, not long ago, waves reached into the heavens, divine liquid surging, shining resplendently. Huge waves overflowed, scattering into the mountain region. Right now, all of the liquid flowed from the mountain region in reverse, returning to the ancient pool. The lake wasn't calm. Even though the beast roar ended, it still continued to surge. At the lake bottom, Shihao was shocked. He long thought of this possibility, but he was still greatly shaken. As for the golden lion, it even more so trembled in fear. This wasn't only a repressed feeling from a spiritual level. The main reason was that there really was a wave of divine might pressing down that couldn't be withstood. The golden lion had previously exploded to pieces at the bottom of the lake. However, it received the ancient monk's inheritance, so after it experienced the divine liquid's baptism here, acquiring its divinity, it made it through alive. As for Shihao, he really was playing with fire and getting burnt. Even though he hid at the lake bottom, his body still almost exploded. That power was too berserk. When the ancient beast roared, the power was matchless and tyrannical, just too powerful. In that instant, he thought he was finished. However, what he anticipated finally happened, protecting the lake bottom. This was the ancient monk bloodline's burial land. The possessions of senior monks emptied here generation after generation, even more so having immortal monk skeletons and other things. They were all buried here, forming an unimaginable land of reincarnation. At the most crucial point, many dried-up bones at the lake bottom moved, quickly piecing together, turning into a human skeleton again. It sat there, chanting scriptures. They protected the lake bottom. When the destructive energy rushed over, under the lead of the golden skeleton, a group of ancient monk bones shone, stopping the world-destroying aura, protecting this place. Otherwise, Shurehao's body and spirit would definitely be wiped out. This was something that he expected, but it really was beyond dangerous. He knew a long time ago that this place was extraordinary, because the meaning of the words reincarnation pool was too great. There was no way it would randomly have this type of name. This was especially the case for the ancient monk bloodline, previously producing an immortal king. How could it be ordinary? Who knows, it might precisely be that monk king's methods that were used here. At the same time, Shuhao saw that there were two monuments in the Stone Mountain region. On one of them engraved the words, "Number 2 under heaven," the other had the words, "Reincarnation pool." He felt that the two definitely had some type of connection. Perhaps the reason why the ancient beast was locked up here was because of the ancient monks. Perhaps it was to help it treat its injuries. Perhaps it really was to imprison it. From this perspective, the reincarnation pool shouldn't be weaker than number 2 under heaven. That was why Shuhao went for the gamble. If he didn't go for this gamble, he would forever be trapped within the reincarnation pool, and an unending stream of foreign experts would appear. In the end, there would be no way of dealing with him, so he might as well take the initiative to attack. This time, he won the bet. It could be said that the other side suffered disastrous losses in one go, unknown just how many experts died. At the very least, from what he knew, there were at least 70 to 80 great cultivators who died, and there were those he didn't notice along with those who were hiding in the forest, so it was likely even more. Gu clan and Emperor clan's young Great One never ascended the Stone Mountain. I wonder if they were still in this region. Did they die? Shuhao said to himself. At his side, the golden lion was stupefied. Before, it was shivering in fear. Now, it was as quiet as a dead tree. This was a tremendous change of mental state, from a huge drop in expectations to dejectedness, even a feeling of every hope turning to dust. The things it experienced today made its expression extremely complicated, creating a huge shadow over it, one that would be impossible to get rid of its entire life. "I am a sinner," the golden lion roared, blaming itself, inwardly full of remorse. When Shuhao heard this, he immediately glared over. He raised his hand, directly slapping its face, loud and clear, sending lake water flying. "You dare!" The golden lion glared, the hair on its mane thick, extremely long, about to reach the lion's claws, making it look extremely ferocious. Right now, it suddenly suffered a slap to the face, immediately making it absent-minded, forgetting its previous status as a captive. Meanwhile, in the past, who dared touch it? It was a true Lion King. Your race betrayed the 9 heavens, killed so many of our ancient people, yet you didn't feel any guilt. Now that I killed some indiscriminate murderers, you instead feel grieved. Shuhao's expression became colder and colder. "The one I am hitting is you, and it isn't finished yet." Shuhao gave it another slap, the noise even louder, striking the lion until it directly spun in place, planting straight into the ground. Pong! Moreover, Shuhao's foot stepped down, making even its head split open, blood dripping out, mixing together with the lake water that swept over. After killing so many of the ancient people, you all didn't feel any remorse. Yet now that a few bastards died, you actually feel grief. "I'm going to beat the shit out of you." Shuhao continuously stepped on it. The pitiful golden lion almost broke apart again. Shuhao looked up. There was some light, as well as some broken limbs and bodies. He didn't immediately go up, instead waiting, scared that the ancient beast would roar again. He noticed that after the ancient beast was woken up, the sound waves it released exceeded that of a few days ago. It was too ferocious. A single bit of carelessness and he would be bringing a great disaster onto himself. The main reason was because he felt like that ancient true dragon's consciousness wasn't clear, possibly still in a muddle-headed state. Otherwise, it wouldn't roar out like this. While under this type of situation, it was extremely dangerous. If the ancient beast's mind was still clear, remembering that it is a member of the 9 heavens 10 earths, it would come help him. This was what Xianxia thought, which was why right now, he couldn't hope for the other side to consciously help him. Say, you all are really too weak. We just began, yet more than half of you are done for. Come on, all of you better persist on for me. Xianxia raised his head, shouting upwards. These were some ruined bodies, as well as some lumps of light after primordial spirits broke apart. They all shook intensely, truly angered badly. Things were already like this, yet that brat was still mocking them like this. It really was shameful and hateful. Not long ago, when they first fell into the lake, Xianxia already rushed up, preparing to capture and slaughter them. However, when that special true dragon roared out, the power was far greater than he imagined. So he had no choice but to rush back to the lake bottom to avoid it. Those self-release realm cultivators were originally high and mighty, but things completely changed when they entered the lake. There were some who broke apart on the spot, their flesh turning into essence energy, divine force, becoming a part of the lake water, even their bones becoming multicolored light and completely dissolving. This group of people met violent deaths. Over half of them died just like that. It was because this was the reincarnation pool. It was extremely terrifying, no matter how powerful one was, how profound their cultivation levels, they would all be suppressed here. The power here would always crush you with absolute advantage. What it tested was the potential within one's body, suppressing with power greater than your cultivation level. That was why some people immediately had their bodies and spirits wiped out. However, it had to be said that those who could cultivate to the self-release realm were all extraordinary, some of them even extremely outstanding heroes. This was why there were some who withstood the corrosion, not dying. Only the ones who survived also paid a great price, many of them having their body parts melted away, now in incredibly terrible states. There were some who only had a head left. The cultivators who were even more miserable had their flesh completely dissolved, only having a primordial spirit struggling about. But even then, they almost couldn't hold on, about to turn into a rain of light. Only a few were still in relatively okay conditions, bitterly struggling. As time went on, they would undoubtedly die. You all are too lacking. All of you ridiculously weak. Xianxia stood there, looking at them with disdain, mocking them. Not long ago, weren't you all acting extremely viciously, chasing after me? Why are you all like sick chickens now? All of you are weak like rubbish. The people above were so angered their chests felt tight, unable to restrain their rage. This little bastard really knew how to take advantage of the situation, mocking and ridiculing them. It really was infuriating. Did they have any strength to retaliate? They didn't. It was hard for them to even live in this lake, let alone fight. It's not safe for you guys up there. If that existence roars again, all of you will explode. It's better if you all come down. Xianxia enthusiastically called out. Moreover, he put his words into action, already taking action, forcefully grabbing at those people. Pooh! These creatures whose bodies were in terrible condition directly broke to pieces along the way, turning into multicolored light, becoming divine liquid, one with the lake water. Xianxia continued to look upwards, saying, You were originally a chicken? There's a big snake there. Woo, I see a goat there. They are all delicious. When cultivated to this level, they are all definitely high-quality ingredients, just too hard to find. I haven't enjoyed self-release realm meat in this life yet. Xianxia pointed at them one after another, evaluating them. In the end, he directly encouraged them, saying, All of you have to hold on. Only by persisting through is there glory. If you all want to live, then you have to endure. You all must not be dissolved by this place. In the future, I'll set up a pig pen to raise you all. The foreign experts who were still alive were all angered to the point where their livers were in pain, smoke spouting through their 7 orifices. However, they just couldn't do anything to Xianxia. And wait a minute. Suddenly, Xianxia put away his smile, his face falling. He stared at a ruined body and said, The shameful clans also came? There's a debt I have to settle with you all. He already recognized that they were the creatures from Imperial Pass, not long ago pretending to rescue him, but they actually bore great malice. Old thing, you really are quite tenacious, not dying even now. Hao's eyes released cold light. He rushed over, grabbing that ruined body with a single motion. It had to be said that this expert was too miserable. He long lacked the appearance of a human. Limbs completely broken, skull fractured. Everything below his abdomen long disappeared without a trace. Now only a small part of his torso remained. This scene was extremely pitiful. Not long ago, Hao was escorted onto a war chariot by this group of people, and then he seized the opportunity to kill a self-release realm cultivator. Later on, their plans were exposed. This group of people becoming hostile, several great cultivators immediately emerging to chase after him. These people had always been chasing behind, colluding with the foreign cultivators, walking with them. They didn't feel the slightest bit of mental burden. Clearly Long completely defecting to the other side. In the end, these people were similarly unlucky. Hao startled that ancient dragon, triggering a disaster. The younger generation who rushed over were completely wiped out, the older generation rushing into the lake, but immediately suffered greatly. What a waste of this war chariot! After Hao observed carefully, he noticed a tattered war chariot at that person's side, releasing hazy light. If not for this person would have long died. Despite this being the case, this person's body was still deformed. That war chariot was heavily corroded by the lake water, also definitely going to break apart, its divinity going to completely flow out. In Hao's opinion, the people who came from this clan were quite strong, but they couldn't compare to those foreign elders. Even the foreign great cultivators were in complete disorder, 90% of them dying, so this person shouldn't have been able to live. It was all because of that war chariot. Just speak. What clan are you from? Hao asked. This was what he paid the most importance to. After being schemed against, he began to pay especially great attention to them. Even though he had his suspicions, he still had to verify them. You? This elder's strength was extremely great, but right now he was unbearably weak, about to fall apart at any time. Don't worry. If you behave and listen, I will protect you. Won't let you die by the lakeside. Hao smiled. Even though he was seriously injured, body and soul about to be wiped out, this elder still shivered inwardly, a layer of goosebumps emerging. This damned Huang, he actually dared to mock and scare him. This was but someone from the younger generation. In his eyes, he was still a brat, chased by them like a stray dog not long ago, running everywhere. However, in the end, he climbed all over him, insulting him like this. Youngster, do not cross the line. He released a low roar. Still putting on airs? Do you want to be tortured? Hao grabbed him by the neck. Unfortunately, his precious clothes had suffered severe damage, immediately ripped apart. Pong! Hao dragged the golden lion over, immediately using it like a club, striking towards the elder. With a pu sound, half the elder's body disappeared, smashed to pieces, only a head left behind. He was now in an even worse state. This strike created two muffled groans. One naturally came from the elder, absolutely furious. He was already dying, yet now even his torso was lost, only a head left. There would definitely be no good end for him. The other was, of course, the golden lion. It really wanted to crazy, humiliated, and angered to the extreme. It was because just now, Hao was just too voluntary. Grabbing the golden lion from the side, what was he treating it as? A wooden club? A tool? An insignificant weed? He really was doing whatever he wanted, angering the golden lion until his entire body was shaking. Just speak. What clan did you come from? You know that I don't have that much patience, especially after being chased by you guys for so long. My mood is definitely not that good. If you don't speak, you should know your end will be extremely terrible. Hao said. The clans that you offended, the ones who cannot coexist with you, do you really not know yourself? This head said hatefully. When he heard these words, Hao's pupils contracted. He felt like the situation became a bit complicated. Was it really the Wang family or Jin family? These two long-life families were standing against him. They were his enemies. However, why did the elder speak of it so directly? Or was it to say that this was to mislead him? If there were other long-life families that joined in, then the situation was even more complicated, even more terrifying. Sure How didn't say anything, taking action with lightning speed. He grabbed that head, wishing to search his sea of consciousness, understand the truth. If it was before, he definitely couldn't do this. This was a self-release realm great cultivator, his primordial spirit force blazing like a sun, able to burn down cultivators of lower levels. However now, Sure Hao's cultivation improved greatly, moreover, the other side's strength sharply declined, already not much left. Now, Sure Hao easily accomplished what he wanted to. No! The elder resisted, doing everything he could to struggle. Soon afterwards, Sure Hao backed up, his expression overcast, leaving like a shadow, returning to the lake bottom. Pong! The elder's head exploded, the damage spreading to the surrounding people. Even though there was lake water in the way, there were still 3 people who also died with him while carrying unwillingness and resentment. There is a terrifying imprint in his head that detonates upon contact. It is definitely the work of a long-life family. Sure Hao's expression was ugly. Even a self-release realm great cultivator had this type of imprint engraved. When needed, he would be directly sacrificed. Apart from a few long-life families, who else had this type of resolution? On the surface, the group of great cultivators became quiet, feeling greatly alarmed inside. It was because even a self-release realm expert had this type of mentality. This left them extremely humiliated and angry. And the surface has calmed down? Sure Hao muttered. What he was talking about was naturally the ancient true dragon in the outside world. Chi. At the same time, someone also moved, rushing out from the lake, wishing to borrow this chance to escape. Inside the lake, their bodies were breaking down with each passing second, suffering tremendous damage. If not because they wanted to live, why would they throw themselves into this lake? They believed that the other cultivators outside should have all died. Even though they were in miserable states, they were still alive in the end. Hua! Someone jumped out from the water surface, moving his damaged body, wishing to completely escape. His injuries right now were too serious, possibly dying at any time. This wasn't the time to settle things with Huang. Sure Hao revealed a cold smile. When he mentioned the outside world, muttering like that, it was precisely because he wanted someone to lead the way. Of course, even though they understood his intentions, those people still had no choice but to play along. It was because right now, Huang was just like a horned fiend. If they didn't move, they would most likely be the next on the chopping board. Pooh! The one who jumped out from the lake surface wasn't crushed by that ancient beast's aura, but had his head hacked through by Sure Hao's sword energy. His ruined body hacked into 2, primordial spirit destroyed. Run! When this word was shouted, the surviving great cultivators felt great shame. When confronted by a 20-something-year-old brat, they actually had to flee in sorry states. Don't go, my chicken, my sheep, my duck, my cow, all of you, don't run. Sure Hao shouted behind them. Moreover, he already took action. Up ahead, those great cultivators were seething with anger, erupting with rage, so angry the roots of their teeth were aching. Pooh! Sure Hao didn't show any mercy. A wave of brilliant sword energy rushed out, slicing one across the waist. Then another cut was added, piercing the skull, killing the primordial spirit. Then another streak of lightning radiance was released, striking a great cultivator whose 4 limbs were all crippled, long weakened back down. His body was charred black, primordial spirit drying up and scattering, losing his life. Show! Sure Hao rushed up like a divine arrow that left a bowstring, quickly arriving at the lake surface. Every pore in his body shone. Tens of thousands of strands of divine radiance erupted. He shone like a blazing, resplendent sun, blossoming here, under PU sounds, accompanied by blood radiance. The divine light here was just too penetrating. The remaining individuals were all nailed in place, bodies pierced through. Their blood immediately spilled everywhere. In that instant, all of them died. There was no suspense at all. Of the few dozen cultivators who jumped into the lake, in the end, not a single one survived, all of them dying. This included the silver-robed elder whose strength was extremely great, the one belonging to an emperor clan branch family. When he fell into the lake again, his damaged body completely dissolved. At the same time, Hao opened his heavenly eyes, seeing the scene on the other side of the mountain. That dragon closed its eyes, all of the essence energy currently rushing in that direction. Hao was shaken because he saw the distant scene. A larger half of heavenly beast forest was destroyed. The greenery disappeared. Red magma surged. Right now, red bloody mist, green life aura. All of it rose from the ruined mountain region, entering that ancient beast's body, becoming essence energy for it to absorb. Hao quickly rushed into the lake, because he felt like if he stayed here a bit longer, even he would become a wave of essence energy, be sucked into the ancient beast's body. Suddenly, the lake water overflowed, the noise in the outside world great, as if a tide was surging. Hao was extremely shocked. He arrived at the lake surface again to look around. This is the ancient beast shown, its entire body releasing essence energy, engulfing everything in front of it. Under Hao's shocked gaze, the mountain region's magma withdrew, giant mountains rumbled, rising from the ground. Then, those areas surged with vitality, plants quickly growing. This type of scene was too shocking. Life returned to how it was before, quickly growing, reappearing. This wasn't like destruction. The heavens collapsed and earth split apart. But Hao was even more shaken. His body was nurtured by a wave of life force, obtaining tremendous benefits. The half of heavenly beast forest that was destroyed quickly recovered. It was rich with greenery once more. Life force endless. The cycle of destruction and life. Hao was completely fascinated, watching quietly. His entire body shone, comprehension deepening. He involuntarily entered the self-severing realm, moreover was on the verge of fully consolidating it. Originally, Hao was waiting for a good time to advance into this realm, because he could have advanced at any time. This was especially since after he received the ancient monk's 18 slaps, he had long been thoroughly sharpened. His foundation had already been tempered. As long as he wanted, he could immediately achieve the result of a higher cultivation realm. The reason he hesitated before was out of worry that he might gain a moment of enlightenment along the way, and then be disturbed, ruining his opportunity. Now, Hao forgot himself, lacking all emotions of joy or worry. The scenes of life and destruction played before his eyes. There was reincarnation, everything revolving between life and death. It was as if there was a sea of life and death before his eyes, gleaming reflections clear and brilliant. Severing the self, was it a removal of one's shackles, or one's own notions and understanding? In that instant, Hao became perplexed, but soon afterwards he understood. As expected, he entered a Tao comprehension state. That ancient true dragon surged with essence energy at this time, making the land of destruction surge with radiance once more. All of the plants instantly revived, great mountains emerging from the ground. This really left him too moved. New life from the ruins of destruction, lofty peaks from the abyss, this type of transformation, to flourish from death, reverse everything between life and death. It was a nurturing of the most basic things of this world. Yet it was one of the most powerful, profound mysteries. Hao comprehended the Tao. Was this an undoing of the flesh's shackles? Or was it the shackles of his mind? Perhaps it was the fixed notions within his mind. It was hard to say at this moment. It was extremely complicated. In the lake, the golden lion stared at Hao, eyes flourishing with vicious radiance, about to take action. However, it held back. It was because there really was a great shadow over its mind. Ever since it encountered Hao, nothing went well, each time suffering miserably. It really feared that Hao was just testing it right now. That was why it didn't act recklessly. He isn't playing around, really gaining insights. No, I have to take action. End his opportunity with a single strike. Have him fall from heaven down to hell. The golden lion inwardly gritted its teeth. It went mad making this type of decision. However, its strength suffered seriously, almost crippled by Hao. It was worried that its strike wouldn't kill Hao, instead bringing harm upon itself. I'll wait for his most critical moment and attack him then. The golden lion thought viciously, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Hao. Right now, Hao was lingering between life and death, wandering between decline and glory, sensing a deeper level of Tao law trajectory, seizing its innermost essence. Hong. His body shone, as if Buddhist light shone gloriously, as if a divine ring was added to his flesh. To use the body as a seed, in the end, it was opening the gates within one's body, and not relying on the great world. Hao's appearance was magnificent and dignified. Divine rings appeared around his body one after another, as if an immortal monk was reincarnating, also as if a true immortal was descending into the mortal world. At this moment he was divine, he was in a transcendent state, unconcerned with the mortal world, unafraid of the difficulties of the Tao. The heaven and earth within his eyes were vast and boundless, his breadth of mind able to hold endless mountains and rivers. On his body, divine chains of order appeared layer after layer, winding about him. These were some type of shackles appearing at this level. Chong. As Hao's eyes released resplendent light, sword radiance rushed out from him, shooting out from his body, hacking apart the fetters. Why is it this fast? The golden lion was shocked. His eyes narrowed, preparing to attack, because Hao's primordial spirit will definitely reveal shackles, waiting to be severed. It decided that it would release the fatal blow then. It's coming. The golden lion felt its heart rate speed up, extremely nervous, fearing that it might miss this optimal chance. Right now, Hao was in an extremely wonderful state, as if he transcended above, observing his own body, looking down on all things. He was expressionless and indifferent as he calmly watched everything. His primordial spirit was in his skull, but he could clearly sense everything around him, everything in his surroundings seized by his mind. It was as if he was the world itself. This was a type of strange feeling, calm, pitiless, indifferent, even leaving himself shocked. There were no emotional fluctuations, no ripples in his state of mind, ridiculously cold and apathetic, not a trace of individual emotion, calmly watching everything, overlooking all living things. His primordial spirit was clearly within his body, but it made him feel like he was above the heavenly dome, currently risen above, coldly watching everything. It was to the extent where he even indifferently saw that the golden lion wanted to harm him. He wasn't angry, not feeling any killing intent, only watching it coldly, not minding it. Right now, he felt like the golden lion and his own flesh were balanced, not wishing to interfere. There were no emotions involved. This was too strange. Hong. Suddenly, from the very depths of his body, a roar of anger was released, as if it had dispelled some type of possessed state, destroying those shackles of indifference. Right? So it was actually like this. Hao gained enlightenment. This so-called overlooking all living things, state of transcending above was precisely a type of shackles that had to be struggled free of. In that instant, he almost assimilated with the world's great Tao, became a part of it. His true self was almost wiped out. This was extremely terrifying. If things really continued the way they were going, Hao might disintegrate into the Tao, abandoning all sense of self, return to heaven and earth, bow before the great Tao. This went completely against his path of using the body as a seed. Perhaps it was precisely because the path he took was special that this type of thing would happen. Even the great Tao of heaven and earth descended, with divine chains of order wrapping over, used on his body. Hao broke out into cold sweat. In his opinion, before, he could have easily entered the self-severing realm, but it was actually this dangerous. Just now, he had almost had his Tao cut short. Now, he struggled free from that type of unfeeling and emotionless state. However, above his primordial spirit, there were many divine chains of order. It was as if they were roasting him, trying to erase his drive, his powerful heart of ambition. Only, he now woke up, reviving, no longer watching everything indifferently. Moreover, right now, his primordial spirit was bound in chains, but only on the outside, not deep within him. After breaking through the will of heaven just now, these could be removed. That was why when he saw the golden lion raise his claw, act unfavorably against him, Hao was completely expressionless. A slap flying over. Pa! Ah! A clear sound rang out. The golden lion screamed miserably, all of the bones in its body breaking, tumbling outwards, the spectacle too horrible to endure. Blood flowed from its entire body, almost having its body and bones directly torn to pieces. "Did you not know that any acts of harm against me would result in your death?" Xianxia said coldly, looking down on it. "This slap was to save you." The golden lion struggled, preventing his body from being destroyed, resisting the terrifying power within its body. When it heard these words, its golden pupils contracted, feeling incomparable anger and resentment. It sensed that this really was the case. Previously, some type of restriction was set by Xianxia. If not for that palm from Huang, it would most likely have died a step earlier because it would suffer a backlash. "Become a slave, play your part as my mount. In the future, I will ride you onto the battlefield to fight. This is your own path of life, or else your body and spirit will be destroyed." Xianxia said indifferently. Then, he didn't pay it any more attention, focusing on comprehending the Tao, experiencing all types of extraordinary aspects of the self-severing realm. The golden lion's expression was ugly, this thick lion mane shaking and moving like a raging flame. However, it could only endure its anger. It didn't want to die in such a good-for-nothing manner, wishing for revenge. Right now, it couldn't easily act out. At the same time, it was inwardly shocked. Huang really was a freak, advancing to the self-severing realm in this type of place, clearly comprehending the Tao, yet he could actually look at it indifferently, remain unaffected. Qi. In that instant, it saw a scene that made it tremble inside. A streak of clear light rushed out from the top of Xiao's head, hacking towards the heavens, piercing through the unmatched Tao aura, severing heaven's will, fighting against heavenly providence. The golden lion was shaken, entire body trembling. It heard this type of legend before, but this was the first time it saw this. It was because from the past until now, it didn't know anyone who experienced this type of thing. There were no past examples, no one reaching this step. Using the body as a seed, and then after advancing into the self-severing realm, face heaven's will? The golden lion's scalp turned numb. When its ancestors were in the 9 heavens 10 earths, they naturally had experts who studied the body as a seed. However, all those before failed, no one able to reach that step. Hong! Lightning flickered about where Xianxia stood, brilliance overflowing into the heavens. Blade radiance hacked down from the heavens above, while sword energy surged from where Xianxia stood, rushing upwards. The blades of heavens wanted to hack down on him. Meanwhile, his own body's will was also going to pierce through the will of heaven. Self-severing is a type of process. I understand now. This is only the beginning. What else will happen after? Xianxia said to himself. In that instant, blade energy covered the skies, endless lightning disappearing, everything coming to an abrupt end under the golden lion's stunned gaze. The golden lion thought that this would continue for a long time, that something even more terrifying would happen. However, in that instant, everything became still. This was the complete opposite of what it anticipated. It was precisely as Xianxia said, using the body as a seed would inevitably be extremely difficult. This was just the beginning. As his cultivation advanced, there were more and more things that had to be severed. Meanwhile, these were just the first signs. Hong! Endless specks of light emerged, primal chaos surging from all directions. Immortal energy spread from within his body. Great Tao flowers blossomed. Xianxia became resplendent like a Buddha, also like a war immortal, standing in the middle of a divine ring, extremely dazzling. He officially entered the self-severing realm, moreover consolidated everything. He could even advance another step at any time. Great power swirled within his body. Xianxia had confidence in facing everything. This is a good place. No matter how great of an army surrounds me, I can still cultivate in seclusion within the reincarnation pool. Break through here, Xianxia said to himself. He brought a stupefied golden lion to the lake bottom. He now eliminated all of the great cultivators who trapped him here, and no one knew he was here, so it was the perfect time to enter seclusion, borrow this opportunity to become even stronger. This time, when Xianxia sank to the lake bottom, he developed a strange feeling. He vaguely heard some type of sound. Reincarnation start, Dao gates opened wide. This wasn't a misperception. There really was a grand voice transmitted over, as if someone was reading a supreme decree. Where did this sound come from? At first, it was faintly audible, but later on, it became grand and ear-splitting, the change extremely abrupt. The reincarnation pool still had another world inside of it. Xianxia stood at the lake bottom, extremely shocked, searching carefully. The golden lion was completely dispirited and listless. With its current strength, it wasn't enough to enter the lake bottom. It was all because it inherited the ancient monk bloodline that it received protection here. However, right now, its injuries were extremely serious, difficult for it even though it originally harmonized with this place. Xianxia produced a screen of light, ensuring that it wouldn't die. It's underground. Xianxia was sure that the voice came from below the bone piles at the lake bottom. It was because it was becoming clearer and clearer, already distinguishable, no longer indistinct. This made him feel a bit of hesitation. There were countless dried-up bones at the lake bottom, all of them left behind by great monks after they passed away. Could it be that he had to move them aside? There were golden skeletons, suspected to be left behind by immortal monks. In the end, Xianxia still took action. After enduring the 18 slaps, being struck by these monk bones, he didn't feel much mental pressure anymore. The golden lion was also forced forward, made to move the monk bones, to open up a path. Just how terrifying of an accumulation was this? Xianxia discovered with shock that there were even more monk bones even after digging down 100 zhang, making his mind feel a bit numb. In the end, when they arrived at 108 zhang deep, they finally reached the bottom. Below was a rock cave. There were some ancient caves linked up together, numerous and close together, as if it was a bee's nest. Ta, ta, ta. Suddenly, there were sounds transmitted from underground, resembling footsteps. This was extremely sudden, making Xianxia's mind immediately become tense. This cave had lake water too, so why was there this type of strange sound? As for the golden lion, it was also extremely nervous. Were there other creatures in this underground cave? Voila! This was the sound of fetters, accompanied by the sound of iron chains. It was as if it sounded from the spacious underground depths. Absolutely horrifying. How could it be like this? It was as if it was connected to the underworld. The terrifying creature that was restricted walked over step by step, about to appear. Stand in front and lead the way. Xianxia pushed the golden lion, having it walk into the depths of the underground cave. This reincarnation pool still had this type of strangeness. It was outside of what Xianxia expected. There were many underground caves, all of them linked up together. Suddenly, the golden lion's fine hairs stood on end. All of its golden fur stood up. It looked like it encountered something extremely horrifying. Soon afterwards, Xianxia saw a corner of the underground cave scene. In the dusky underground cave, there was a group of troops that were spiritless, lacking life force. Their bodies carried shackles, faintly discernible as they passed that place. Ancient corpses? Or Arthaean soldiers? Xianxia was greatly shaken up inside. Or was it to say that those were undead knights? Did they end up in a mysterious place, entering burial region? In the darkness, the sounds of shackles were deafening, metal chains carrying gold light. They were like the dead from the underworld, passing by here. This was just too weird. Xianxia was on guard, watching carefully. Unfortunately, that underground cave couldn't be considered that open, the troop disappearing into the distance. Follow them. After a moment of silence, Xianxia spoke. He urged the golden lion on, having it lead the way. You are crazy. The golden lion wasn't willing. In its opinion, this place was too sinister. If it wasn't connected to burial realm, then it led to the underworld. Following it down like this really was seeking their own destruction. Xianxia only gave it a cold look, immediately leaving it with no choice but to brace itself and advance. It was because it still didn't want to die, not willing to fall in such a sullen state. An hour later, the golden lion's expression changed from horrified to numb. It was because it really felt as if it entered hell. It saw many troops wandering about. These creatures all had shackles on them, moving about in the underground ancient caves, heading towards the same place. This is the Een soldiers' territory? The Golden Lion was extremely afraid. Sure Hao didn't say anything, following behind it. Along the way, they even made their way around a few troops, waiting for them ahead, continuously observing. And, soon afterwards, he was shocked. This was inconceivable because he saw an ancient beast that was extremely massive, a bit familiar. This was a heavenly beast he saw in Heavenly Beast Forest. Why did it end up here? Een Tuo Great One? Right at this time, the Golden Lion was in disbelief. It stared in a direction, looking at an elder. It recognized one of them, precisely a great cultivator from the ones who encircled and pursued Sure Hao. Right now, he was standing in a Een soldier troop, lifeless as he walked forward. Sure Hao felt like it was a bit strange. When he gazed forward, he also recognized that person. The so-called Een Tuo had previously tried to kill him. Why was he here? Based on normal reasoning, after the ancient beast roared, all of the creatures here would explode to pieces. No way they could continue existing. Their bodies and souls would be wiped out. As for the great cultivators who dove into Reincarnation pool, the few people who were fortunate enough to survive, they were all sent off by Sure Hao, their corpses no longer existing. It really is strange. Sure Hao was confused. As they went along, they recognized even more people. At the same time, they saw much more heavenly beasts, all of them belonging to the ancient forest on the surface. In the end, at the limits of an earthen cave, Sure Hao saw a few giant stone doors. There weren't too many or too few, 6 in total. Those troops gathered here, not moving at all, as if they were waiting for something. In that instant, Sure Hao thought back to the grand voice not long ago. Land of Reincarnation, Dao gates have opened. Don't tell me that it was this place? This was the place the voice pointed at? Regardless of whether it was him or the Golden Lion, they both revealed expressions of shock. Was this a reincarnation? Those dead creatures were going to be sent into the afterlife? Suddenly, Sure Hao's expression became rigid. He saw another familiar creature in front of a stone gate, the Heavenly Mouse, a creature that had chased after him when he first entered Heavenly Beast Forest. He clearly remembered that this heavenly beast had been penetrated by a mysterious ancient tree's withered branch. In the end, it cried out, chanting an incantation, saying that it would head towards reincarnation. Moreover, Sure Hao even saw that it seemed to have fallen into Reincarnation pool. It came to this place. How did these creatures come here? One had to understand that Sure Hao was always above the monk bones, yet these creatures seemed to be able to avoid him and the Golden Lion, directly appear in the underground cave. Don't tell me that after the ancient beast roared, when a large half of Heavenly Beast Forest was destroyed, many heavenly beasts and some of the great cultivators were forcefully sent here to reincarnate? This was too inconceivable. Sure Hao thought back to the Heavenly Mouse's words. After it was sent to Reincarnation pool, it would have to bow down, possibly completely lose its identity. It was because the Heavenly Mouse had previously said that all of Heavenly Beast Forest creatures lost their mind. It should be related to this place. They were in a state of confusion and ignorance. Is this the reincarnation created by the ancient monk bloodline? Sure Hao was suspicious. At the same time, there was a chill that ran through his body, but he also felt extreme admiration. Many creatures died, to the extent where even their bodies disappeared, yet they appeared here again, suspected to be waiting for reincarnation. This really was a huge affair. Could it be that all of Heavenly Beast Forest is a place of experimentation? Sure Hao began to seriously suspect that all of the creatures who died under the beast roar were brought here, possibly about to carry out a transmigration. Of course, he felt that the so-called transmigration was definitely not truly coming back to life, but rather only their flesh reappearing. Their consciousness would be hazy, even more so like slave soldiers who only knew how to obey orders. The Dao gates are opening. That grand voice sounded again. Hong! 6 great stone gates were opened, surging with primal chaos, mysterious and terrifying. These Een soldiers, their corpses were divided into 6 groups. Their faces were expressionless as they separately set out, walking into the 6 stone gates. At the same time, the 6 stone gates released brilliance, accompanied by mist. They gave off an extremely ancient feeling. Scripture sounds could be heard, sending people to the afterlife into reincarnation. It really is strange. Sure Hao said to himself. Were these the ancient monks' methods? Suddenly, his attention was drawn by the patterns between the 6 gates. Those were scriptures as well as some complex stone engraving diagrams. They were extremely mysterious, actually recording some type of unmatched divine ability. Ancient monk bloodlines inheritance? Sure Hao was extremely shocked. This was definitely not as simple as just a single scripture, moreover not few at all. The engravings filled the stone walls, releasing astonishing great Tao aura. The golden lion was also completely shocked. Then, it stared at a certain scripture, deeply engrossed by it, unable to free itself. However, these scriptures were all incomplete, most of them ruined, at most recording a larger half. Meanwhile, Sure Hao also concentrated on a stone engraving, earnestly remembering it. It consisted of 8 diagrams, forming a mysterious magical imprint. The imprint itself giving off a deep and immeasurable Tao aura. There were no further explanations, only these 8 diagrams. The diagrams were complete, but they lacked a corresponding operation method, which were the most important scriptures. Sure Hao strongly suspected that the 8 diagrams seemed to contain the profound meanings of the ancient Buddha's 18 slaps. It was extremely great, the meaning it contained profound. He was greatly shaken inwardly. He personally experienced the ancient Buddha 18 slaps. This type of thing was invaluable. At the same time, he understood even better that the so-called 18 slaps were a type of extremely terrifying attack method. To endlessly enlarge one's weakness, just how frightening of a method was this? Its original diagram was right here. If he could completely comprehend it, then it would be an astonishing offensive secret technique. Suddenly, the 6 stone gates shone together. Moreover, the wall engraving diagrams, scriptures, and others also all shone, the effects applied to Sure Hao and the golden lion's bodies. Then they were sent into a stone gate, falling inside. Were they being thrown into reincarnation, about to be sent to the afterlife? The 2 of them were scared, but they really had no way of struggling free. They could only watch as they were sent into the distance.